In the early 1990s, a young woman in her 20s named Krista Froder was managing a retail store called the Boston Store in Madison, Wisconsin. She was dedicated and professional, and she had a real knack for the job. Not long after she started there, the store hired another employee. His name was Bart Halderson. Like Krista, he was in his early 20s, though he was about 3 years younger than her. He was brought on as a clerk. Now, Bart and Krista didn't know each other before they started working together, but their shifts often lined up, and as time went on, they naturally started talking and getting to know one another. It didn't take long for them to realize they had a surprising amount in common. They had both grown up in the general area just outside of Madison. They had even graduated from the same college, the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And they discovered a shared passion for home design. Krista, who had majored in art history, was particularly passionate about the interior side of things, how a space could feel, the colors, the furniture, the whole atmosphere. Bart, on the other hand, was just one of those people who seemed to be born with a natural talent for fixing things. With just his bare hands and a few tools, he could figure out almost any problem. Growing up, his favorite projects were always related to home repairs. It didn't matter if it was something small and simple or a huge, complex undertaking. He just found this deep sense of satisfaction in keeping a home in perfect working condition. And so, surrounded by the daily routines of retail, Bart and Krista bonded over these shared interests and their similar background. Their casual work friendship slowly blossomed into something more, a genuine romance. By 1994, they had both moved on from the Boston store. They had gotten married and moved into their first apartment together in DeForest, Wisconsin, which wasn't too far from Madison. Life was starting for them, and everything felt full of promise. 2 years later, in 1996, Bart and Krista welcomed their first child, a little boy they named Mitchell. The moment Mitchell was born, Krista knew she wanted to stay home with him, to be there for every little moment. Bart was completely supportive of her decision. He went out and secured a great job as an accountant, a position that paid well enough to support their growing family. Just 18 months after Mitchell arrived, they welcomed their second and final child, another boy whom they named Chandler. Their family felt complete. A few years after Chandler was born, Bart and Krista had diligently saved up enough money to finally buy a house of their own. The house they chose was a modest, small, 2-story home in a very quiet, peaceful little town in Wisconsin called Windsor. Windsor was close to DeForest where they had been renting, but this little house was different. It was theirs. It was perfect for Bart, Krista, and their 2 young boys. It wasn't just about having enough space for the family to grow. Because it was their own home, Krista could finally unleash her passion for interior design. She carefully planned the layout of every room, and she took immense pride in keeping the house perfectly tidy and beautiful at all times. For Bart, this house was a canvas. He immediately dove into one home repair project after another. This house became his trophy, a symbol of everything he had worked for, and he was determined to keep that trophy polished and pristine. But it wasn't just the physical house that made it feel like their forever home. It was the community. As soon as they moved in, Bart and Krista made friends with all of their neighbors. The people on their street were incredibly friendly and welcoming. Before long, the Haldersons were deeply involved in community activities. They volunteered with the Boy Scouts and the Kiwanis Club. They donated their time and money to other local charities. It was clear, very quickly, that the Halderson family had found the place where they truly belonged. And so, for the next 2 decades, life for the Haldersons in that little home in Windsor was, by all accounts, perfect. Bart continued to climb the ladder at his accounting firm, providing a stable and comfortable life for his family. Krista remained a devoted mother and a meticulous housekeeper, creating a warm and loving home. As for their sons, Mitchell and Chandler, they were given every opportunity their parents could possibly afford them. They grew up in a loving, supportive environment, and both of them seemed to thrive. By 2021, the picture of the Halderson family was one of complete success. The older brother, Mitchell, who was now 25, had moved out and was living on his own in an apartment. He had graduated from college and landed an incredible IT job with a very successful local company. He was engaged to be married and was on the verge of buying his own house. He was following right in his parents' footsteps, building a solid and happy life for himself. As for the younger brother, Chandler, who was 23 at the time, he was still living at home with Bart and Krista, but he seemed to be doing just as well as his older brother. He was in his final year of college, on the cusp of graduation. He had already accepted a full-time, high-prestige job with SpaceX, which was set to start in Florida as soon as he had his degree. While finishing up his last year of school, he told his parents he was working part-time at a local insurance company to help pay them rent. He also said he was volunteering his remaining spare time with the Madison Police Department on their elite rescue scuba diving team. Chandler was also in a committed relationship with his girlfriend. Everything seemed to be going perfectly for Bart, Krista, Mitchell, and Chandler. But their lives were about to take a sudden and devastating turn for the worst. It all began in June of 2021. That month, Chandler, who was supposedly just weeks away from flying out to Titusville, Florida, to begin his dream job with SpaceX, had a terrible accident. He said he fell down an entire flight of stairs, smashing his head in the process. He told his family he immediately picked himself up and tried to convince himself that he was okay, just a bit shaken. But over the course of that day, he started to feel woozy and disoriented. He said his legs started to feel numb, and in a panic, he rushed himself to the hospital. Unfortunately, when doctors scanned his brain and checked him over, they supposedly discovered he had a severe concussion from the fall. They told him he had a brain bleed that would almost certainly require surgery at some point in the future. And the numbness in his legs, they said, appeared to be the result of permanent nerve damage. And so, just like that, Chandler, who had been so excited about this incredible opportunity in Florida, was suddenly back home, confined to the house, wearing a neck brace and using a cane to get around. Even with the cane, he could barely walk. To make matters even worse, he almost immediately lost the job at SpaceX. He told his family that because he couldn't travel to Florida to start on time, they had to fill the position with someone else. Chandler did his best to stay positive and optimistic in front of his family, but this was a crushing blow. Everything he had seemingly worked so hard for had just been snatched away. It was crushing for his family, too. Seeing their beloved Chaz, as they called him, lying on the couch all day, looking totally miserable and depressed, was awful. But as terrible as Chandler's accident was, the trauma it inflicted on him and his family was nothing compared to what was about to happen next. The Haldersons owned a small cabin in a part of Wisconsin called White Lake. It was located about a 3-hour drive north of their home in Windsor. The cabin was nestled inside a rural forested area right near a large lake, also called White Lake. This cabin had been in the Halderson family since the 1940s. When Mitchell and Chandler were little kids, Bart and Krista would take them up there all the time. They'd go fishing, swimming, or just relax by the water. It was their family vacation spot. But at some point, as the boys got older, they weren't as interested in going to the cabin anymore. As a result, Bart and Krista basically stopped going up there. However, just 2 weeks after Chandler's horrific injury, a huge storm rolled through the White Lake area. After the storm passed, Bart and Krista received a phone call. Some people who lived permanently in White Lake called them and said, "Hey, I was driving past your cabin and I saw there were some broken windows. It looks like your cabin might have been damaged by the storm." And so, Bart and Krista started to worry. They thought, "Oh my goodness, we have to get up there as soon as we can to patch up that window and check for any other damage before another storm rolls through and completely ruins the place." So, Bart and Krista pulled out their calendar. They saw that the next weekend was the 4th of July weekend. The 4th of July is a very big holiday in America, a celebration of independence. In White Lake, they celebrate it with a big parade down Main Street and a spectacular fireworks display out over the lake. Bart and Krista figured, you know what, let's just hold off for a couple of days and time our trip with the holiday weekend. We can make the necessary repairs and also enjoy the festivities, turn it into a little mini vacation. And so, that was the plan. But right before they were supposed to leave for this trip up to White Lake, Bart and Krista started acting a little strange. On the evening of Thursday, July 1st, the day before they were scheduled to leave, they began packing their things. Since Chandler was living with them and couldn't go anywhere due to his injury, he was at home and saw them getting ready. At one point, he got up and hobbled over, trying to help them pack, but it was short-lived because his legs were just too weak. So he sat back down and just watched them. And what he saw was odd. They were packing lots and lots of cash and several silver bars into their luggage. Chandler thought this was strange, but he decided not to say anything. He figured, you know what, maybe they want to stash their valuables in the cabin for safekeeping. It's their business, not mine. So Bart and Krista continued to pack, and Chandler continued to watch. At some point, he asked his parents, so how are you getting up to White Lake? His parents just said, oh, we're getting a ride from our friends, another couple. They're driving us up. But they didn't tell him who the couple was. They were vague, just saying, our friends. Again, Chandler is sitting there thinking, okay, this whole thing is a little bit weird, but he told himself, it's their business. I'm not going to press them about it. They obviously don't want to tell me. So he just let it go. At some point, Bart and Krista finished packing. They moved all their luggage to the front of the house, right near the front door. A little while later, they and Chandler all went to their separate rooms and went to sleep. The next morning, Friday, July 2nd, Chandler got up early, around 6 in the morning. When he woke up, he began slowly hobbling his way down the stairs. He expected to see his mom and dad in the kitchen, having breakfast and getting ready to leave. They certainly wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. But when he got downstairs, the house was dark and completely empty. All of the bags that his parents had packed the night before and placed by the front door were gone. Chandler thought, did my parents get up at 5 in the morning and leave without telling me? He went to the front door and looked out the window, thinking maybe they were just waiting outside. But when he looked out, his parents weren't there. And sure enough, both of their cars were still parked in the driveway. So Chandler was left to conclude that, well, I guess my parents did get picked up by whoever these mystery friends were, and they just didn't feel the need to wake me up and tell me they were leaving. This did leave Chandler feeling a little shaken. He kept thinking about the strangeness of what they were packing, the fact that he didn't know who they were with, and now this sudden, quiet departure. But again, Chandler just told himself that his parents would be fine. These were just a few random, weird things, but they didn't necessarily mean there was a problem. So Chandler managed to push his concerns out of his mind and went about his day. Since his parents were now going to be gone for the weekend, he promptly called his girlfriend, Catherine, and asked her to come over and stay with him for a couple of days. She came over, and because Chandler couldn't really do anything because of his injury, they basically spent the weekend lounging around, eating nice food, and watching Netflix. But by the end of the weekend, on Sunday morning, there was an unspoken feeling that something was wrong. Chandler had told Catherine about the strange circumstances of his parents' departure, but he had assured her, I'm sure it's fine, and she had agreed, saying, of course, his parents were fine. But by Sunday, Bart and Krista still hadn't called or texted. They hadn't checked in with Chandler or Mitchell or anyone. They were just completely silent. And whenever Chandler or Catherine tried calling Bart or Krista's cell phones, the calls didn't even ring. They went straight to voicemail. But late that day, on Sunday, July 4th, just as real concern was starting to mount, a text message came through to Chandler's phone. It was from his mom, Krista. The message basically said, hey, we arrived in White Lake. You know, it's packed here, the service is terrible, but we're going to stick around for the parade, and we'll be back either Monday night or early Tuesday. As soon as Chandler and Catherine saw this text, it was like a huge weight was lifted. All their worries seemed to vanish, and they were just excited to see Bart and Krista when they came back the next day or the day after. But the next day, Monday, Bart and Krista did not come home. They didn't call anyone, they didn't text anyone. And again, whenever anyone tried calling their cell phones, which now included Mitchell, who had been looped into the situation, the calls went straight to voicemail. Then, the day after that, on Tuesday, July 6th, the day Krista had said they would be home by, they still didn't come home. And again, no one could get in touch with them, and they hadn't contacted anyone. Additionally, on that Tuesday, Krista's office began calling Chandler and Mitchell. They were asking if the boys knew where their mother was. Krista had recently taken a customer service job at an auto body shop, and apparently she was scheduled to work on that Tuesday. She was also scheduled to work the previous Friday, the day she and Bart had left for the lake. This meant she had left on this trip without telling anyone at work. According to her boss, Krista was the kind of person who would call or text ahead even if she was just running a couple of minutes late. For her to be a complete no-show without a word was totally out of character. But before Chandler, Mitchell, and Catherine could even process this new worrying information, Bart's employer started calling them, asking the same questions. "Hey, do you know where Bart is? He's supposed to be working right now, and we can't get in touch with him." He didn't put in for any time off. So all afternoon on Tuesday the 6th, Chandler, Mitchell, Catherine, and other family members were frantically trying to call Bart and Krista. They were calling other people they knew in White Lake to see if anyone had seen them, but nobody had. And so finally, the next morning, on Wednesday, July 7th, when there was still no word from Bart and Krista, Chandler went to the police and filed a missing persons report. Almost immediately, the police in Windsor contacted the police up north in White Lake. They asked them to do a welfare check on the Halderson cabin to see if maybe Bart and Krista were there and just had terrible service, or if maybe there had been some kind of accident. But when the White Lake police arrived at the cabin, Bart and Krista were not there. No one was. In fact, the cabin looked like it hadn't been used in months. The outside was totally overgrown with weeds, and inside there was no food in the fridge. And most interestingly, the police told Chandler, Mitchell, and Catherine that there was no damage to the cabin. There were no broken windows, no obvious signs of any storm damage at all. After this revelation, of course, the family's minds started racing. Wait a minute. Who called them and told them to go up there to fix broken windows that weren't even broken? Were those the same mystery friends who drove them up in the first place? What was going on? Was this some sort of trap? Had they been set up? Were they okay? By the following day, Thursday, July 8th, there was still no sign of Bart or Krista, and the police didn't have any new leads to speak of. Chandler was desperate. He went to the local media and pleaded with them. "Please run a story about my parents. Get the word out that they're missing. Maybe someone knows something and will come forward." And the local media did just that. While this media coverage was going on, Chandler went back to his home and, with his cane, hobbled door to door, asking each of his neighbors if they had a security camera on the front of their house. He was hoping a camera might have captured an angle of the street and might have seen his parents on the morning of July 2nd when they supposedly climbed into that mystery couple's car. Chandler hoped that if he could get that footage, someone might be able to identify who these mystery friends were. But unfortunately, none of his neighbors had the right footage. As it would turn out, though, it didn't matter. Because on that same day, the 8th, the police made a discovery. At first, it seemed relatively small, a minor detail. But when they examined it more closely, they realized it was a huge breakthrough, one that would completely break the case wide open. To understand this breakthrough, we have to go back to the 29th of June, 2021. This was 3 days before Bart and Krista supposedly hopped into that mystery car and headed up to White Lake. On that day, June 29th, Bart had finally had enough. There was something that had been bothering him for a very long time, and he had finally decided that today was the day he was going to get to the bottom of it. So Bart pulled out his phone, he punched in a number, and he put it to his ear. After a few rings, a young man named Omar Job answered the call. In total, Bart and Omar would speak on the phone for 17 minutes. For the first half of the call, it was basically just Bart being angry and aggressive towards Omar. But during the second half of the call, when Omar finally had a chance to speak, Bart's tone completely changed. He was no longer angry. He actually sounded totally defeated. After this 17-minute phone call finally came to an end, Bart was left in a state of shock. But he knew what he had to do next. He needed to set up an even more intense meeting with a group of people, and he needed to tell them what he had just learned from Omar. Within 24 hours, Bart had arranged this additional high-stakes meeting. It was scheduled for 3 p.m. on July 1st. July 1st was the day before Bart and Krista would supposedly leave for White Lake. And so on July 1st, the day of this pivotal meeting, Bart was working from home. At some point, he looked at his watch and saw it was just after 2 p.m. Even though the meeting was still an hour away, the location was a bit of a drive, and he knew he needed to leave soon. So Bart stopped working, and he sent a text message to Chandler, who was in the house with him. The text just said, "Ready to leave when you are." Chandler was fully aware of how important this meeting was for his dad. He also understood the terrible position his dad was in. And so he had agreed to go with his dad to this meeting. After a couple of minutes, both Chandler and Bart had gotten dressed and were ready. They met downstairs on the first floor. After a quiet nod to each other, they began walking towards the front door. But then, something happened. Chandler was standing just behind Bart. As they moved towards the door, Chandler reached out and grabbed a rifle that he had hidden on the first floor. He raised it, and he fired at least 2 shots into his father's back. And then, once his father fell to the ground, either dead or dying, Chandler, as calm as can be, pulled out his own phone. He texted his mother and told her, "Hey, Dad's phone is dead, so just text me." Then, Chandler sent his mother another text, a chillingly normal one. "Get soda on your way home." His mother simply replied, "Kay, I can," smiley face. All Chandler was trying to do was buy himself as much time as possible to prepare the house for his mother's return. Over the next couple of hours, we don't know exactly what Chandler did, but it's assumed he moved his father's body into a hiding place. And then, after maybe trying to clean up a little bit, Chandler laid in wait for his mother. At 4:58 p.m., Krista clocked out of her job at the automotive shop. She made a quick stop at a store to buy Chandler some soda. And then, between 5:15 and 5:30, security cameras on neighbors' houses captured her car pulling into her driveway. A couple of minutes later, she walked inside of her beautiful little dream home, the home where she had raised her family for the past 2 decades, only to be immediately gunned down by her own son the second she walked through the door. It would turn out Chandler was living a complete double life. He had never graduated from college. He had attended college, but only for about a semester, and he had flunked out. But he just kept telling his friends and his family that he was progressing through his classes and that he had eventually graduated. It was all a lie. He also did not have a job at the insurance company. He just told his family that he worked from home, which really meant he sat in his room and played video games all day. He was not a rescue scuba diver for the Madison Police Department. For one, he wasn't a scuba diver. And 2, the Madison Police Department did not have a rescue scuba diving team. And, needless to say, he did not have a job with SpaceX. He had never even applied. As for his head injury, he may have bumped his head at some point, and he did go to the doctors by himself sometime in mid-June. But that doctor just told him he might have a mild concussion and offered him a neck brace, telling him he didn't even need to wear it unless he wanted to. But Chandler very quickly turned this non-injury into a debilitating, crippling, life-altering condition. He literally hobbled around everywhere with a neck brace and a cane. And the reason he did that was because he needed an excuse. He needed a reason for why he wasn't starting his non-existent job at SpaceX, In short, Chandler lied about virtually every aspect of his life to virtually everyone he knew. And for the most part, people believed him. However, his parents were becoming more and more suspicious, especially in 2021. He was telling them, oh yeah, I'm working at the insurance company, but he never had any money. He could barely pay them rent if he paid at all. And so his dad, Bart, would ask him, how is it that you're employed but you have no money? The way Chandler handled this was elaborate. He would create fake email accounts, pretending to be people in human resources at the insurance company. Then, acting as them, he would write these convoluted emails with ridiculous excuses for why Chandler hadn't been paid yet. He would have that fake email account email his real account. Then, from his actual email, Chandler would write back, acting angry and stern, saying, you have to fix this, my family's not happy. Then he would once again pretend to be the HR person and reply, I'm so sorry, it's some internal issue, we're going to fix it, but you just have to wait. Chandler would take these fake exchanges and forward them to his father. And while Bart didn't necessarily believe what he was seeing, it was enough to get him to stop asking questions, at least for a little while. But Bart and Krista were also suspicious of other parts of Chandler's life, like his school records. At some point, he needed to show them his transcripts. He would tell them, oh, I can't access my transcripts, and Bart and Krista were like, why can't you? Just log in and pull up your unofficial transcripts. The way Chandler handled this was the same way he handled the insurance company lie. He created fictitious email accounts of people who were supposedly college advisors at Madison College, where he claimed to have graduated from. He would conduct these phony back-and-forth email chains where it looked like the college was telling Chandler, sorry, you can't get your transcripts. It's this huge problem that's totally our fault, not yours. But you just have to wait. There's nothing we can do right now. When Chandler would forward these exchanges to Bart, Bart would get totally worked up about it. Finally, he demanded that Chandler give him a phone number so he could talk to one of these college advisors himself. So Chandler went out and bought a burner phone from a convenience store. He gave that phone number to his dad. And when his dad called the number, somebody picked up, introducing themselves as Daniel Spieth. But it was really just Chandler disguising his voice. And this Daniel Spieth gave Bart the same spiel about how sorry he was and how it was all the college's fault that they couldn't get his son's transcripts and he was just going to have to wait. And so finally, on the 29th of June, 2021, Barney had enough. He was convinced his son was lying. There was just too much about his son's life that didn't add up. So Bart decided he was just going to call Madison College himself, pretend to be Chandler, and see if he could get the transcripts. And so he dialed the number for customer service at Madison College. And after a few rings, Omar Job, a customer service representative, picked up. Initially, Bart was aggressive and mean towards Omar for no real reason other than his immense frustration with the whole situation. He's on the call pretending to be Chandler, and he's barking at Omar, give me my transcripts right now. I go to your school. There's no reason you can keep them from me. But after a couple of minutes, Omar was finally able to get a word in. He said, hey Chandler, I looked you up in the system, and you don't go to this school. You've never gone to this school except for maybe one semester, and you failed out. It's at this point, when Bart hears these words, that he just pauses for a really long time on the call. Then he begins asking follow-up questions, questions that aren't really connected to getting transcripts anymore, because now he knows the transcripts don't exist. He begins asking Omar, does Daniel Spieth still work there? Omar looks him up and says, no, there's no Daniel Spieth that works here. And there's no Daniel Spieth that's ever worked here. Because Chandler had used 5 or 6 different fake names when pretending to be college advisors, Bart, in addition to asking about Daniel Spieth, asked about every other name he had interacted with. And one by one, Omar told him, I'm sorry, those people do not work here. I've never heard of these people. They're not in our directory. I'm sorry. At the end of that 17-minute call, Bart knew. His son was living a monumental lie. So he hung up with Omar, and then Bart called the real college advisors at Madison College. He set a meeting for July 1st at 3 in the afternoon. And then he told Chandler that he had set this meeting and that Chandler was going to come with him, and together they were going to ask those advisors why they couldn't produce Chandler's transcripts. Bart, of course, knew Chandler didn't have transcripts. So he likely set this meeting up as an ultimatum, a way to force Chandler to finally call the meeting off and come clean about this huge lie so that Bart could help his son get back on the right track, stop lying, and start living a real life. But the way Chandler handled being caught was not to own up to any of it. He didn't call off the meeting. He just waited until the day of the meeting, and then he killed his father, killed his mother, and then dismembered their bodies. He burned their body parts in the family fireplace, including their heads. And when he couldn't completely destroy their bodies that way, he took what was left of their remains and scattered them all over town, in parks, in forests, in rivers. He even put his father's headless, armless, legless torso behind his girlfriend's parents' house. And all the while he's doing this, he's spinning this ridiculous story to his girlfriend, to his brother, to other members of the Halderson family, to the police, to his parents' colleagues. He tells them Bart and Krista just up and left on the morning of July 2nd with this mystery couple. And oh, by the way, my parents were packing cash and silver bars in their luggage. So, I don't know, they went up to White Lake, and now they're gone. I don't know what happened to them. We don't know why Chandler chose this specific story. It's unclear if he was trying to make it seem like his parents were suspicious and had gotten into something that got them harmed or kidnapped, or if he was trying to make it seem like his parents were just gullible and had been taken advantage of. We don't know. He was just trying to make the whole situation seem plausibly suspicious. Ultimately, though, Chandler did so many things that got him caught. From the mountain of physical evidence he left behind inside of the house where he killed and dismembered his parents, and also at the various dump sites where he didn't even bother to bury the body parts. He would just put them underneath some sticks and branches, so they were very easy to find. To his extremely suspicious behavior on July 7th when he walked into the police station to report his parents missing. That whole time he was talking to police officers, he was acting so weird and saying things that just didn't make sense. He came off like a guy who did not care at all that his parents were gone and who was clearly hiding something. But the big breakthrough that happened on July 8th, the one that broke the case open, stemmed from that text message that Krista's phone sent to Chandler's phone on July 4th. When Chandler walked into the police station on July 7th and said his parents were missing, one of the first questions they had for him was, okay, well, when was the last time you spoke to your parents? Chandler told them he got a text message from his mother on Sunday, July 4th. He showed them the message. It said they had arrived in White Lake and they were going to be sticking around for the parade and they'd be back in a couple of days. But the police noticed a critical flaw. The text message had been sent on July 4th. But in White Lake that year, the big 4th of July parade was on July 3rd. So when this text came through, the parade that anyone in White Lake would have been aware of, it's a small place, you wouldn't miss it, had already happened. So why would Krista be texting her son that she was going to stick around for a parade that was already over? This led police to check phone records. And they would discover that, yes, that text message was sent from Krista's phone to Chandler's phone, but when it was sent on July 4th, Krista's phone was not in White Lake. Instead, it was inside the Halderson home right near Chandler's phone. When police went to the Halderson house, they searched it. They found Krista's phone in the garage, underneath a drawer, inside of a shoe, wrapped in tinfoil, right next to her driver's license. Chandler had obviously sent that text message himself using his mother's phone. But he had gotten the date of the parade wrong. This one discrepancy opened up the floodgate. Before long, it was beyond obvious that Chandler was the killer. And after a thorough investigation, it was determined that Chandler had acted entirely alone. His girlfriend, Catherine, and his brother Mitchell had nothing to do with it. They were just innocent bystanders caught in his web of deceit. Chandler would ultimately be found guilty of killing his parents. He would be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. To this day, Chandler has still not taken any responsibility for what he's done. Instead, he just tells anyone who will listen that his plan is to continue to appeal his verdict, clinging to his lies until the very end. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. Back in the spring of 1978, a 16-year-old girl named Bridget Geiger was sitting in her bedroom in Ohio, staring at her prom dress. It was a beautiful dress, and she had spent weeks looking forward to this night, but as the date drew closer, she felt a heavy sense of disappointment. She did not have a date to the prom, and she had been worried that she would have to miss the event entirely. But then, a boy from her school named Jeffrey had asked her to go. Bridget was not particularly excited to go with Jeffrey. He was known around school for being incredibly quiet, highly unusual, and extremely nervous around girls. She figured it was going to be an incredibly awkward date, but nobody else had asked her, and she really wanted to go to her high school prom. So, she said yes. On the night of the prom, Bridget got dressed and waited on her front porch. When Jeffrey finally showed up, she was immediately disappointed. He was wearing this odd ensemble of a vest and a bow tie as opposed to the standard tuxedo that she was anticipating him wearing. They did not match at all, and it was clear from the start that they were on two completely different pages. He was also so nervous that he was visibly shaking. His hands were trembling so badly that he could not pin her corsage to her dress. Seeing how much he was struggling and how tense the situation was, Bridget's mom had to come out of the house and put the corsage on for her. After the corsage was finally on, Bridget's mom wanted to take some photos of them. They stood together on the front lawn, but they were incredibly stiff. They looked like two strangers who had been forced to stand next to each other for a photograph. After her mom took a couple of very awkward photos, they ultimately got into Jeffrey's car and headed off for the prom. When they arrived at the school, Bridget immediately wanted to go onto the dance floor to see her other friends. She hoped that being around a larger group of people would lighten the mood and make things less awkward because she was really not having a good time with Jeffrey so far. But she did stay with him, and as they walked around, it became very clear that Jeffrey absolutely hated being at the prom. He hated being around this swarming group of teenagers, and the loud music and bright lights seemed to make him incredibly anxious. Bridget felt kind of bad for him and said, "Hey, Jeffrey, do you want to go sit down and just grab a bite to eat over at the little food cart they have here?" Jeffrey looked incredibly relieved. He looked at her and said, "Yes, I would love to do that." And so the pair left the loud dance floor and walked over to the quiet food court area. As they were about to sit down, Jeffrey pulled the chair out for Bridget. She sat down, and he kind of pushed her in like a gentleman. But then, instead of sitting down with her, Jeffrey just walked away without telling her where he was going. Bridget assumed he was just going to the bathroom, but after a really long amount of time had passed, it was clear he had not just gone to the bathroom. She got up to go look for him. She went onto the dance floor, but she could not find him in the building. And so she went outside to see if maybe his car was gone. She thought maybe he had just left her there and driven home. But when she looked, she saw his car was still in the parking lot. When she turned around to go back into the building, she saw Jeffrey sitting on a curb all by himself, just eating McDonald's cheeseburgers. She walked over to him and asked, "What are you doing out here?" Jeffrey looked up and told her that he had just wanted to step outside and get a couple of cheeseburgers, and then he was going to come back and sit with her while she ate. But the school staff would not let him back into the building because of their strict rules about leaving. And so he had just gone back to McDonald's, got more cheeseburgers, and decided to wait there on the curb until she came outside. Now that she was outside, she could not get back in either. So she just sighed and said, "Hey, I would like to just go home." Jeffrey was mortified. He told her, "I am so sorry. I wanted this to be a nice evening for you, and I am sorry it was not." He drove her home, said goodbye, and she walked into her house. He drove off, and that was that. Bridget only saw Jeffrey one more time after that night. It was about a week after the prom, and Jeffrey actually invited her to come over to his house for what he was calling a house party. Bridget was very skeptical. She thought to herself, there is no way this kid is throwing a house party. He can barely stand to be around just me, let alone a crowd of people. But she wanted to be polite, so she said, "Sure, I would love to come to your house party." When she arrived, she realized her instincts were entirely correct. There was no food, there was no music, and there were only about 3 people there. And as soon as she walked in, all Jeffrey wanted to do was have a seance and communicate with the devil. Bridget was so immediately creeped out by Jeffrey's behavior that after only a couple of minutes, she just turned around and left his house. She did not see him again after that day. Well, she did not see him again until 13 years later, when she would read about him in the newspaper. 13 years later, on the 22nd of July 1991, Milwaukee, Wisconsin police spotted a man named Tracy Edwards running down the road in handcuffs. They ran over to him and asked what was going on. Tracy was terrified. He said that a man was holding him hostage in his apartment and had threatened to kill him. Tracy explained that he had been able to overpower the man and escape, and now he was running for his life. The police went to the apartment that Tracy had escaped from, walked up to the door, and knocked. The door opened, and the police were confronted by a tall man who introduced himself as Jeffrey. He told the police that this was all a big misunderstanding. He said that Tracy was a friend of his, and he did not know what had gotten into him. The police were actually close to believing him. They would even say later that Jeffrey was incredibly convincing, calm, and polite. But as they were talking to him, one of the officers kind of looked behind Jeffrey into his apartment. On the coffee table in the living room, the officer saw what were clearly pictures of dismembered body parts. The police immediately moved in and arrested Jeffrey. When his apartment was fully searched, a complete house of horrors was revealed. In addition to the photos of body parts, the apartment itself was littered with human remains. There were several human heads in the freezer and the refrigerator. In his bedroom, there was a massive 57-gallon drum containing more dead bodies that were decomposing in harsh chemicals. There was also undeniable evidence that suggested Jeffrey was eating his victims. Jeffrey lived in a crowded apartment complex, and other neighbors had complained about this awful putrid smell coming from his room. But he had been able to explain it away and convince everybody that his freezer had broken and it was just some bad meat. However, the most horrifying revelation about how Jeffrey was able to conceal these horrible crimes in the middle of a busy city apartment would come a few days later during the investigation. Apparently, 2 months before Gersie Edwards had run out of the apartment in handcuffs, another boy had managed to leave the apartment in handcuffs and was running down the road. Police officers stopped him, but the boy could not really speak. He was dazed, confused, and was not able to articulate why he was there or what he was doing. As the police were talking to him, Jeffrey came running up the road. He flagged the officers down, thanked them for finding his boyfriend, and said they had just gotten into a lover's quarrel and everything was fine now. And so the police shrugged it off. They said no problem, and they even gave Jeffrey and the boy a ride back to the apartment. They watched them go inside, and then the police left. But if the police had paid just a little bit more attention, they would have seen there was a small hole drilled in the back of the boy's head. Jeffrey had been pouring acid into this kid's head to try to control his mind, and that was why the boy could not speak. And as soon as the police let them go back into the apartment, Jeffrey killed the boy. It turns out that Jeffrey, Bridget's prom date, was none other than the infamous serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, who killed 17 people over a 13-year period. Just days after the picture was taken of Jeffrey and Bridget standing on her lawn right before they headed off to the prom together, Jeffrey Dahmer would kill his very first victim and start his 13-year killing spree. Dahmer was ultimately given multiple life sentences, but in 1994, he was killed by another inmate while serving his time in prison. And so, while some monsters hide in the open in crowded apartment buildings, others seem to manifest in the absolute silence of the deep woods. Fast forward to January of 2004, where a 16-year-old girl named Misty Tasker was living a typical life as an American teenager in Live Oak, Florida. Live Oak is a very small, rural town right in the middle of the state, surrounded by dense forests and dirt roads. One Saturday evening in January, Misty and her mother attended a local church service. Afterwards, they hopped into her mother's pickup truck, got onto the country highway, and began making their way home. Their house was just a 20-minute drive down this highway. It was a straight shot, but this highway was incredibly desolate. There were no streetlights, and despite being called a highway, it was actually a dirt road. It was just thick, dark forest on both sides of the road the entire way, with no buildings or houses between the church and their neighborhood. Misty's mother was already a very anxious driver who would always keep both hands tightly on the steering wheel. She would sit up, hunch over the wheel, and keep her eyes intently focused on the road ahead. But at night, her driving anxiety would shoot through the roof because she had really bad eyesight, which made it difficult for her to judge distances in the dark. Because of this, she went to great lengths to never drive at night. But the church service they had just come from had run a little bit long, and so now Misty's mother was driving with the sun starting to set. She was going as fast as she could to try to get home before it got too dark. As they were bombing down this dirt road at about 55 miles per hour, despite it being a 40-mile-per-hour zone, Misty, who was in the passenger seat, just happened to look over at her mother for no particular reason. And as she was looking at her, she noticed out her mother's side window, it looked like there was a little girl sitting on the side of the road. Misty was confused. What would a young child be doing out here in the middle of nowhere? She turned to her mom and said, "Mom, I think I just saw a little girl." But her mother, who was high up on the wheel and completely focused on her stressful driving, did not hear Misty the first time. She was just staring at the road, trying to get them home. And so Misty said it again, louder. "Mom, I think I just saw a little girl. We need to go back. I don't know what she is doing out here, but I feel like we need to go back and make sure she is okay." Misty's mom looked over at her. She was not prepared to turn the car around. Turning around meant staying out later, and it meant she would have to drive in even darker conditions, which she absolutely hated. And so she looked at Misty and said, "Did you really see someone? Because we really need to get home." And Misty said, "Mom, I am pretty sure I saw a little girl. We have to go back." Finally, Misty's mother, though she was very annoyed, stopped the truck. She performed a careful three-point turn on the narrow dirt road and began driving back up the road towards where they had come from. They had only made it about half a mile from where Misty believed she had seen the girl. And so, pretty quickly, they slowed down because Misty said, "I think she is in this area." They both began scanning the right side of the road, which was where the girl would be now that they had turned around. It was starting to get very dark outside, but there was still enough light, and they had their headlights, so they were confident they would be able to spot her. As they were slow rolling down the road, they both saw the girl a little ways up on the right-hand side. Her back was completely turned to the road. She had her knees tucked up tightly to her chest, and she was slowly rocking back and forth in the dirt. Misty's mother made a comment that it was extremely surprising that this girl was out here. There was really nothing around. There were no houses, no buildings, and no trails to be walking on. It was just thick, overgrown forest on both sides of the road. She thought it was very strange that this girl would be out here, especially since there was absolutely no other traffic on this road. Misty's mother began slowly rolling the truck up to her. She told her daughter that instead of just stopping right away, they should drive past her first to get a good look at her, and then they would turn around and see if she needed any help. As they got right up next to her, they realized she was not a little girl. She was a young teenager, but definitely not a child. And as they drove right past her, they expected her to turn around and acknowledge the truck creeping up on her. After all, if you are sitting alone on the side of a deserted road in the dark and a large vehicle slowly rolls up next to you, you would naturally look to see who it is. But the girl did not acknowledge them at all. She did not look up. She just continued to keep her knees up to her chest, rocking slowly back and forth. Misty and her mother were a little bit freaked out by this behavior, but they stuck to their plan. They drove past her about 50 yards, and then Misty's mother did another three-point turn. When they turned around and looked back down the road, where the girl should now be on their left-hand side, they were oriented back towards their house. But when the headlights swept over the spot, she was not there anymore. It was now almost completely pitch dark outside, and all they had to light the area were the truck's headlights. Misty told her mom, "Drive up a little ways. Maybe she stood up and moved, and we just cannot see her because she is not in the path of the headlights." And so Misty's mom began driving slowly down the road, turning the truck slightly to the left to shine the headlights more into the trees on that side. But there was no sign of the girl. For good measure, they turned slightly to the right to shine the lights into the woods on the other side of the road, but there was still no sign of her. And so Misty and her mother just slow rolled back down the highway, keeping their eyes peeled on both sides. But after traveling for several minutes at about 5 miles per hour and seeing no sign of the girl, they decided that she must have just gone back into the woods and returned to wherever it was she came from. Misty's mom began picking up speed again, relieved to be on their way home. Before long, they had gone about 2 or 3 miles away from where they had seen the girl, and they were coming up to a four-way intersection with stop signs all around. As they were getting close to the intersection, Misty's mother suddenly let out a gasp and slammed on the brakes. There, on the other side of the intersection, on the right-hand side of the road, was the exact same girl. She was sitting on the side of the road, her back to the highway, her knees pulled up to her chest, slowly rocking back and forth. Misty's mother pulled up to the stop sign and just sat there, the truck idling. Both women were completely stunned by what they were looking at. They had just seen this girl 2 or 3 miles back down the road. It was physically impossible for her to have traveled all the way up here on foot in the time it had taken them to drive. There was no way. Misty's mother looked at her daughter and whispered, "Do you think it is a different girl?" And Misty, shaking with fear, said, "No, Mom. That is the exact same girl." They just sat there in silence for a minute, the terror starting to sink in. Misty began to panic. She turned to her mom and pleaded, "Mom, don't stop. I have a really bad feeling about this girl. I don't know what is going on, but you cannot stop next to her. Just keep driving." But Misty's mom, although she was definitely weirded out by the situation, did not feel good about abandoning a young teenager in the middle of the night on the side of a highway. Even though she felt hesitant herself, she told Misty, "We have to at least drive past her and ask if she is okay. That is the least we can do." Misty was absolutely terrified now. She screamed, "Mom, do not stop! I have a bad feeling about this. Don't stop near her." But her mother let her foot off the brake and began to slow roll past the intersection towards the girl. At this point, Misty was in a state of pure panic. She took her seatbelt off, slid down off the passenger seat, and curled up in the footwell right in front of her seat. She closed her eyes tight, covered her ears with her hands, and continued to beg her mother to please just keep going and not stop. But her mother continued on until she brought the truck to a complete stop right next to the girl, who was still sitting there with her back to the road, her knees up, rocking back and forth. She still was not acknowledging the truck at all. Misty's mother turned to her daughter and said, "Please, roll down your window." But Misty refused. She stayed huddled in the footwell in the fetal position, crying and begging her mother to please just go home. Frustrated and scared, Misty's mother reached across the passenger seat, stretching over Misty, and grabbed the manual window crank. She began rolling the window down. Misty, who was lying in the footwell, remembers sitting there with her eyes closed, crying and covering her ears. She opened her eyes and looked up at her mother, who was leaning over the seat towards the open window. Her mother called out to the girl, asking if she was okay. And then Misty saw her mother suddenly recoil in absolute horror. Her mother let out a blood-curdling scream, threw the truck into drive, and slammed her foot on the gas pedal. They took off like crazy, flying down the dirt road. Misty jumped back up onto the passenger seat, looking at her mother in terror. She screamed, "What is happening?" "What just happened? What did you see?" Her mother had her hand pressed tightly over her mouth. She was speeding down the road, crying, and she was shaking so badly she could barely keep the truck on the road. She looked at Misty, but she seemed to have completely lost the ability to speak. Misty kept asking, "What did you see? What happened?" Finally, her mother managed to whisper, "She didn't have a face, Misty. She didn't have a face. It was just hollow. There was nothing on her face when she looked at me." Misty screamed, and both of them sobbed in terror as they sped the rest of the way home. They arrived at their house a couple of minutes later, running inside and practically falling over each other to lock the door behind them. As soon as they were safe inside, Misty's mom called 911. She did not even know how to describe what they had just seen. She knew it would sound completely crazy to tell the police that they had seen a faceless girl rocking by the highway. So she just told the dispatcher that they had seen a young girl on the side of the road who looked like she needed help. The police went out and searched that entire stretch of the highway, but they found absolutely nothing. There was no trace of anyone ever being out there, and the identity of the rocking girl remains a complete mystery to this day. And then, while some terrifying encounters seem to belong to the realm of the paranormal, others are the result of highly calculated human traps. Fast forward to the year 2018 in the state of Colorado. A 21-year-old brand new police officer named Derek was going through a very difficult time. He had recently been dumped by his longtime girlfriend, a breakup that had caught him completely by surprise. He had actually just recently moved all the way to Colorado specifically to be closer to her, so he was devastated and felt completely alone in a new place. After a few weeks of being deeply depressed, moping around, and just going through the motions of his daily routine, one of his close friends made a suggestion. He told Derek, "Hey, why don't you just make a profile on Tinder, the online dating app? Just put yourself out there again. You have no idea who is out there, and clearly, your ex-girlfriend was not the one for you." Derek had met his ex-girlfriend in a bar, and every other girlfriend he had ever had, he had met in person. Online dating was definitely not something he had ever considered. But he was incredibly lonely and sad, so he figured he had nothing to lose. He made himself a Tinder profile, and very quickly he matched with a woman named Leah. When Derek saw Leah's photos, he was amazed. He thought she was absolutely beautiful, way out of his league, but he certainly was not complaining. They began chatting on the app, and they got on great. They found themselves texting and talking on the phone constantly for a couple of weeks, and they decided they wanted to meet up in person. But the problem was, Leah lived well over an hour away from Derek, so there was no natural halfway meeting place. They went back and forth trying to figure out where they should go, and finally, Leah said, "Hey, why don't you just drive down to my town? There is this really great park that I go running in all the time. It has this awesome, massive field on a slope, and you can lay on a blanket and look up through the trees and see all the stars. Stargazing would be a really cool thing for us to do on our first date." Derek thought this sounded perfect. He was excited, but also very nervous because this would be the first time they would see each other in person. The plan was for him to drive out to her town and pick her up directly from her workplace. She worked at a local hair salon, and she would be finishing up her shift. Derek pulled up to the hair salon right as Leah was coming outside. She looked incredibly excited, waving to him as she ran over and jumped into the passenger seat. They hugged and kissed on the cheek, and Derek felt an instant connection. It was a strange feeling because they had talked so much online, so it felt like they had a history, yet they were still strangers meeting for the first time. But either way, Derek was really happy, and it seemed like Leah was too. From the hair salon, it was a pretty short drive to an access road that was supposed to bring them into the park. But when Leah told him to make the turn onto this road, Derek felt a little uneasy. It did not look like a well-marked trail or an entrance to a public park. It was a narrow, dark dirt road that looked like a random service trail. But he did not know the area, so he trusted her and turned the car down the road. The road quickly turned from paved to rough dirt, and as they drove deeper into the dark, Derek started thinking to himself, "Did I take a wrong turn? Does she actually know where she is going?" This did not feel like the entrance to a big public park. But then, they suddenly landed back on a paved road, and they were driving right next to a massive, beautiful open field. all of Derek's stress evaporated. He realized that even though the access road was weird, they were now in the right place, and everything was fine. Derek asked Leah where he should park. The road was very narrow, and there did not appear to be a parking lot or any other cars around. The field was completely empty and dark. Leah pointed ahead and said, "Just go right up there. There is a small dirt lot you can pull into." Derek started driving up the road, but as he looked ahead, he saw the dim headlights of another vehicle making its way down the hill towards them. It was dark enough that he could not make out what kind of vehicle it was. Because the road was so narrow, Derek decided to pull over as far to the shoulder as possible to allow the oncoming vehicle to pass them. Even though there was still a fair amount of distance between them, he figured he would just give them the right-of-way. As the vehicle got closer, Derek saw that it was a large, dark van. It was moving very slowly, and Derek just waited for it to pass. He did not think anything of it, assuming it was just another visitor leaving the park. But instead of passing them, the van suddenly turned at the last second. It pulled directly in front of Derek's car, stopping bumper to bumper, completely blocking him in. Derek's police training immediately kicked in. Even though he was a brand new officer, his instincts told him that this was a dangerous situation. Why would a vehicle block him in on a deserted road? Red flags went up instantly. He turned to Leah and said, "Stay here." He reached into the center console, grabbed a heavy tactical flashlight, jumped out of his car, and marched straight to the driver's side door of the van to confront the driver. When he shone his light inside, he saw a very large man who looked startled to see Derek charging up to his window. Derek tapped on the glass and demanded, "What are you doing, man? What are you blocking me in for?" The big man rolled down the window slightly and said, "Oh, hey, sorry about that. I am actually the caretaker here of this whole property. We have had a really big issue with illegal poachers in the area lately, and when I saw your car, I was concerned you guys were poachers. But now that I see you, it is clear you are not. I am really sorry." Derek looked at him, still suspicious, but he replied, "No, we are not poachers. We are just here on a date, going stargazing." The caretaker smiled and said, "I am so sorry to disturb you. Please, get back in your car and enjoy your night." At that, the man backed up, performed a three-point turn, and drove back up the hill, disappearing over the crest. Derek stood on the road for a couple of minutes to make sure the van was actually gone. Then he turned around, got back into his car, and tried to laugh it off with Leah. He said, "Yeah, he thought we were poachers. I guess you look like a pretty dangerous poacher to him." But when he looked over at Leah, she was not paying attention to him at all. She was staring at her lap, her fingers flying across her phone screen as she furiously typed a message. Derek thought this was a little bit odd. You would think she would be interested in the strange thing that had just happened, or want to know what the man had said. But she did not seem to care at all. She was completely absorbed in her phone. Derek shrugged it off, put the car in drive, and continued up the road. He pulled into the small dirt lot next to the field, turned his car around so it was facing the exit, and parked. He and Leah got out, laid a large blanket on the grass on the hill, and set out their food and wine. Very quickly, they started talking, laughing, and enjoying the night. For the next hour, everything was great. Derek lay on the blanket, looking up at the stars, feeling incredibly relaxed. But then, he noticed something to his left, up at the top of the hill where the van had disappeared. He saw headlights. It was the van again. But this time, it was not driving slowly. It was flying down the hill, accelerating rapidly, heading straight for the dirt lot. Before Derek or Leah could even react, the van roared into the parking lot, kicked up a cloud of dust, and slammed to a stop directly behind Derek's car, completely blocking him in. Derek and Leah jumped up. The driver's side door of the van swung open, and the caretaker hopped out. But this time, he was not acting friendly. He walked around the front of the van, and in his hand, he was carrying a heavy metal pipe. He looked at Derek and growled, "Give me your keys and your wallet right now." Derek, being a young, confident cop, was not about to let this guy rob him. He stood his ground, preparing for a fight. But then, he was hit with a massive curveball. Leah suddenly stepped away from him, ran over to the caretaker, and stood right next to him. She turned to Derek and said, "Come on, Derek. Give us your keys and your wallet." Derek stood there in absolute shock. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The entire date, the weeks of talking, the romantic stargazing spot, it had all been a trap. He had been set up by his date. He felt completely betrayed and sick to his stomach. As he stood there in silence, Leah walked to the back of the van, opened the doors, and pulled out another heavy metal pipe. She walked back to the front and said, "Derek, give us your keys and your wallet. We do not want to have to hurt you." Derek looked at the two of them, took a deep breath, and said, "No." The moment he said it, the big man lunged forward and tackled Derek to the ground. But Derek was a trained police officer, and he knew how to defend himself. He quickly overpowered the larger man, pushed him off, and scrambled back to his feet. He reached into his waistband, drew his concealed carry pistol, and pointed it directly at the big man, then quickly swept it toward Leah. He yelled, "I am a police officer! Get your hands up right now!" The moment they saw the gun, they both dropped their pipes and raised their hands, their faces filled with shock. Derek kept his weapon trained on them, feeling a mixture of anger and disbelief. He had to keep them at gunpoint while trying to call 911 on his phone. He dialed the number, and when the dispatcher answered, he tried to explain his situation and where he was. But because he was in a remote park in a town he did not know well, giving directions was incredibly difficult. As he was trying to explain to the dispatcher how to get to the lot, Leah and the caretaker looked at each other. Realizing his attention was split, they suddenly turned and bolted, running behind the van and sprinting into the dark woods. Instinctively, Derek took off running after them. He chased them into the tree line, but he had only been in the woods for about 30 seconds when he heard a sudden, loud sound. It was a gunshot. And then another. He saw the bright muzzle flashes coming from the darkness ahead of him. Someone in the woods was shooting at him. Derek realized he was completely exposed and had no cover, so he turned around and ran as fast as he could back to his car. He jumped inside, started the engine, and had to perform a frantic, desperate multi-point turn, smashing his car's rear bumper into the van and scraping against the fence over and over again before he was finally able to clear the obstacle and speed out of the parking lot. He drove as fast as he could down the road until he reached a brightly lit gas station. He called dispatch back, explained that he was safe, and asked them to send officers to his location. Within minutes, a police cruiser pulled into the gas station. 2 senior officers got out, and Derek explained the entire story to them. They were shocked by what had happened, and they decided they would all drive back up to the park together to investigate. When they arrived at the dirt lot, they saw the van was still parked there, completely empty. The 2 senior officers drew their weapons and carefully approached the vehicle while Derek stayed back. They searched the area, confirmed no one was around, and then began shining their flashlights inside the van. After a few minutes, they walked back to the cruiser. Derek could tell by the serious, pale looks on their faces that something was very wrong. One of the officers looked at him and said, "Derek, you are incredibly lucky to be alive. The back of that van is filled with knives, handsaws, pistols, rifles, bottles of lighter fluid, chains, handcuffs, and rolls of duct tape. And there are fresh bloodstains on the floor." The police launched a massive investigation. They went to the hair salon the next morning and spoke to the owner, showing them the photos of Leah. But the owner shook her head and said, "We have never had anyone named Leah work here, and we have never seen this girl in our lives." The entire thing had been a carefully planned, elaborate setup. The profile was fake, her job was a lie, and the romantic date was nothing more than a trap to lure him to a place where they could rob, torture, or murder him. The suspects were never identified or caught, and Derek deleted Tinder immediately, haunted by the realization of how close he had come to ending up in the back of that van. And so, while some predators use the promise of romance to lure their victims, others walk the crowded city streets, driven by dark impulses that they claim they cannot control, leaving a trail of grief behind them. This brings us to the twin cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, in the winter of 1980. On New Year's Eve, the streets were filled with people celebrating the holiday. Among them was 20-year-old Karen Potak. She had been out at a bar with her friends, laughing and drinking, but as the night wore on, she decided she wanted to go home. She slipped out of the bar without telling her friends, stepping into the freezing cold night. The problem was, she had left her heavy winter coat inside. Shivering violently in her light dress, she began stumbling down the dark, icy streets, trying to find her way home. As she was walking, a car pulled up next to her. The driver, a polite-sounding man, offered to give her a ride home. Karen was cold, tired, and under the influence of alcohol, so she gratefully accepted and got into the passenger seat. A few hours later, at around 3 o'clock in the morning, the emergency police dispatcher received a telephone call. The caller's voice was frantic, high-pitched, and filled with tears. He sobbed into the receiver, "Please, this is an emergency. Send a squad to Pierce Butler Road near the Menberg Manufacturing Company machine shop. Send an ambulance too. There is a girl there." The dispatcher asked, "Can you tell me what happened to her?" The caller cried, "Just hurry! She is laying on the ground, in the back, by the railroad tracks." The dispatcher asked, "What is the address?" The man sobbed, "I don't know," and immediately hung up the phone. The police rushed to the industrial area behind the manufacturing building, and there, lying on the frozen ground in a pool of blood, they found Karen Potak. She had been brutally beaten over the head with a heavy tire iron and left to die in the freezing cold. Miraculously, she was still breathing. She was rushed to the hospital, where doctors managed to save her life. But because of the severe head trauma she suffered, Karen had complete amnesia. She could not remember anything about the attack, the car, or the man who had picked her up. The police searched the area, but because of a fresh snowfall and the desolate location, there was no physical evidence. The case quickly went cold. Then, 5 months later, in May of 1981, the police received another chilling phone call. The dispatcher answered, and a weeping, emotional voice came through the line. The man was crying uncontrollably, saying, "Will you find me? I just stabbed somebody with an ice pick. I can't stop myself. I keep killing somebody." The police did not connect this brief call to the attack on Karen Potak, and because the caller did not give a location, they did not know where to send help. But a few hours later, a group of teenagers walking through a wooded area near a highway in St. Paul found the dead body of 18-year-old Kimberly Compton. Kimberly had just arrived in the Twin Cities that very day, wanting to start a fresh, independent life. She had gotten off the bus, walked into a nearby diner, and was sitting alone when a friendly man approached her and asked to sit with her. When she told him she was new to the city, the man offered to drive her around and show her the sights. Kimberly accepted. Within 15 minutes of getting into his car, the man drove her to a secluded wooded area and stabbed her to death with an ice pick. 2 days after her body was found, the weepy-voiced killer called the police again, crying and confessing to the murder. He said he was sorry, that he did not know why he had to stab her, and that he would rather kill himself than go to prison. The police now knew they were dealing with a serial killer, but they had almost no clues. The diner staff could only provide a very general description of the man she had been sitting with, which could have fit anyone. The case went cold once again. 6 months later, in November of 1981, the phone at the police station rang again. The crying voice said, "Please don't talk, just listen. I am sorry. I killed that girl. I stabbed her 40 times. Kimberly Compton was the first one, but I don't know what is wrong with me. I am sick." The next day, a search crew found the body of 40-year-old Barbara Simons floating in the Mississippi River. She had been stabbed to death. The police discovered that on the night of her murder, she had been out at a local bar chatting and flirting with a man. Before leaving with him, she had jokingly told a waitress, "Boy, I hope he is nice because I am leaving with him." The waitress had a bad feeling about the man, so she made a conscious effort to get a really good look at his face. This intuition proved to be the break the police needed. When detectives interviewed the waitress, she gave them a detailed description, and when shown a book of mugshots, she immediately pointed to 38-year-old Paul Stefani. The police put Stefani under surveillance, but within 24 hours, he managed to lose them. He drove into downtown Minneapolis, where he picked up 19-year-old Denise Williams. He took her down a dark alleyway where Denise sensed danger. When Paul pulled out an ice pick and lunged at her, Denise grabbed a glass bottle from the floor and smashed it over his head, cutting him deeply. She managed to escape and run for help, and a neighbor called 911. Paul fled the scene, bleeding heavily. Later that night, the weepy-voiced killer called for an ambulance, sobbing that he was badly cut up and bleeding from his head and arms. The dispatcher instantly recognized the high-pitched crying voice from the public recordings and sent both paramedics and police to the apartment. Paul Stefani was arrested in his hospital bed. He was convicted of the murder of Barbara Simons and the attempted murder of Denise Williams and sentenced to 58 years in prison. For 12 years, he maintained his innocence. But in 1997, after being diagnosed with terminal skin cancer, he decided to confess to all of his crimes. He admitted to the murders of Kimberly Compton and Barbara Simons, the attacks on Karen Potak and Denise Williams, and another unsolved murder, 33-year-old Kathleen Greening, who had been found drowned in her bathtub. He died of cancer shortly after, leaving behind a legacy of sorrow and unanswered questions for the families of his victims. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. In 2006, a young man named Dave Murphy had just achieved a lifelong goal. He had become a police officer in Salt Lake City, Utah. Like any rookie, he was eager to get started, to put his training to use. His very first assignment was as a protective service officer. This role was all about providing physical security for a number of county-owned facilities. It wasn't exactly chasing down bad guys, but it was an important job, and for Dave, it was the first step in his new career. The first facility he was assigned to was the Capital City Theater. This wasn't just any building, it was a landmark in Salt Lake City. It had been standing since the early 1900s, a beautiful, grand, old theater with a rich history. And it was about to become a huge part of Dave's life, in ways he never could have imagined. So, in early August of that year, Dave reported to the Capital City Theater for his first day on the job. He was a little nervous, a little excited, ready to learn the ropes. The first person he met was his partner, an officer by the name of Morgan Matthews. Dave walked in, ready to introduce himself and get to know the guy he'd be spending his nights with. But right away, Dave could tell that Morgan was strictly business. There was no friendly chatter, no welcome to the team. Morgan was all pro, a bit cold, and seemed focused on one thing, the job. The very first thing Morgan did was take Dave to the control room. This room was the nerve center of the theater's security, and it was located on the first floor. The theater itself was a big place, with 3 main floors and a full basement. Inside the control room, a bank of monitors flickered, displaying feeds from security cameras positioned all over the building. Morgan explained that the cameras were old, though. Their quality was poor. You could really only make out what was happening on screen if a light was on in that specific area. At night, when most of the lights were off, the screens were just fuzzy patches of black and gray. It wasn't an ideal system, but it was what they had. After the brief tour of the control room, Morgan turned to Dave. He said, "Now we're going to go do our rounds." He explained that this was a mandatory procedure. Every single shift, at the very beginning and at the very end, they had to do a full security sweep of the entire building. They had to check every door, make sure every light that was supposed to be off was off, and ensure the entire theater was secure before they could settle in for the night or head home. Morgan led the way, and their first stop was the basement. Dave followed him down a set of stairs, and the moment they stepped onto the basement level, Dave was taken aback. The place was huge. It wasn't just a small storage area, it was a massive, long hallway that stretched out into the dimness seemingly forever. The lighting down there was poor, just a few bare bulbs casting long, eerie shadows. Everything in the building was old, and you could really feel the age of the place in the basement. Right in the middle of this vast, empty hallway, there was a piano. It was just sitting there, a dark, silent shape that seemed completely out of place. Dave remembered thinking how incredibly creepy the whole scene was. This long, shadowy hallway with all these closed doors lining the walls, and this lone piano in the center of it all. An immediate, uneasy feeling settled in his stomach. He thought to himself that he really did not want to spend much time down here. But it was part of the job. So he and Morgan walked the entire length of the hall. They checked every single door, making sure it was locked tight. They then made their way back up, systematically clearing the main floor, then the second floor, and finally the third floor. They checked every room, every closet, every corner. Everything was secure. After the round was complete, they returned to the control room. Dave was hoping that now, with the initial tour out of the way, he might get to know Morgan a bit. This was his partner, after all. They were going to be relying on each other for long hours in this empty building. But Morgan remained cold and distant. He barely spoke to Dave, offering only short, direct answers to any questions. It was clear he did not want to make small talk. And as their shift neared its end, Dave noticed that Morgan seemed almost desperate to get the final security round over with and just get out of the building. At the end of that first night, Dave drove home with a strange feeling. There was just something off about Morgan's behavior. It wasn't just that he was quiet, it was more than that. It felt like Morgan genuinely hated being in that theater. Dave had a gut feeling he was onto something. And it would turn out he was absolutely right. Morgan did not like being in that building, but it would take a little while before he was willing to tell Dave the reason why. For the next couple of days, Dave and Morgan did their security rounds together. Dave was still in training, so Morgan was showing him the exact procedure for securing every part of the massive building. Then, on August 9th, just 2 days after Dave's first shift, Morgan decided Dave was ready to handle it on his own. At the end of their shift, as it was time for the final sweep, Morgan told Dave to do the security round by himself. Dave felt confident. He'd done it a few times now and knew the layout. He started in the basement, just like they always did. He walked down that long, creepy hall, checking each door handle, making sure the lights were off. He finished the basement and went up to the first floor where the control room was. He checked all the rooms there, then moved into the main auditorium space. He walked through the rows of empty seats, checking all the little nooks and crannies to make sure no one was hiding out. From there, he went up to the second floor. He checked the rooms there, walked along the balcony overlooking the stage, and then made his way to the third and final floor. The third floor housed the offices for the theater's staff. At the very end of his search, the last room he needed to check was the rehearsal room. This room was a bit different from the others. It didn't have a door. It was just an open doorway. The procedure was simple: poke your head in, look around to make sure it was empty, and then move on. So Dave gets to the rehearsal room. He reaches in and flips the light switch on. The room floods with light. He scans it quickly. It's empty. Satisfied, he flips the light back off and turns to head back into the hallway to finish his shift. But just as he's turning, he hears an incredibly loud noise. A door right across the hallway from him slams shut with tremendous force. It was the bathroom door. His police instincts kicked in immediately. His first thought was that someone must have been hiding in the building. They had been in the bathroom, saw him coming, and made a run for it, slamming the door behind them as they tried to escape. He instinctively grabbed his radio. He called down to Morgan in the control room, his voice tense. "Someone's on the third floor," he said. Morgan immediately looked at the camera feed for the third floor hallway. But he didn't see anyone. The hallway was empty. Back on the third floor, Dave had already drawn his weapon. He was looking up and down the long hall, but he saw nothing. As he stood there, waiting for Morgan to come up and provide backup so they could search for this person, two things suddenly clicked in his mind. First, just because he heard the door slam didn't mean the person had run out. They could still be inside the bathroom. Maybe they slammed it from the inside to hide. He thought to himself, that's why Morgan can't see them on the camera. They're still in there. The second thing he realized sent a chill down his spine. That bathroom door, it couldn't slam. It was a heavy door fitted with a big, powerful hydraulic hinge, the kind that makes a door close slowly and silently. It was physically impossible for it to slam shut with that kind of force. His gun was now aimed directly at the bathroom door. A moment later, Morgan came up the stairs and appeared at his side. He saw the situation and drew his own pistol, aiming it at the door as well. They wordlessly agreed on a plan. On a count, they made entry, bursting into the bathroom, ready for a confrontation. They cleared every stall, every corner. But there was no one there. And there was no other way out. No windows, no vents big enough for a person. It was a dead end. Morgan and Dave were baffled. They figured the person must have run out after all and was now hiding somewhere else in the theater. They decided they weren't going to worry about how the door managed to slam. They just knew they had an intruder to find. So, with their guns still drawn, they left the bathroom and began a systematic search of the third floor. They checked every office, every closet. Every single door was still locked, just as Dave had left them. As they started making their way down the stairs to the second floor, Dave noticed something through the window in the stairwell door. The lights on the second floor were on. He remembered distinctly turning them all off just a few minutes ago. As they were walking down the stairs, he asked Morgan, "Hey, did you turn the lights on the second floor?" Morgan said no, he hadn't touched a thing. Their intruder, they thought, must be on the second floor. They must have turned the lights on. They pushed through the door, ready for anything. And they found that not only were all the lights on, but every single door on the second floor had been opened. Doors that Dave had personally checked and closed just minutes before were now standing wide open. They searched the entire second floor, room by room. They found nothing. No one was there. They methodically went through, turning off all the lights again and shutting and locking all the doors. They went down to the first floor. Everything there was exactly as it should be, lights off, doors locked. Then they descended back into the creepy basement. The tension was high now. They had searched almost the entire building and were expecting to finally come face to face with whoever was playing these games with them. But they found no one in the basement either. The entire theater was empty. Confused and on edge, they went back to the control room. They decided to review the security footage from the third floor, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone running down the hall when the door slammed. But the camera angle wasn't great. It was pointed down the hall, but you couldn't see the bathroom door itself. And of course, the hallway was dark, and the old cameras were useless without light. All they could see on the footage was the light from the rehearsal room turning on as Dave did his check. Then, a few seconds later, the light turned off. The screen went nearly black. And then, through the audio feed, they heard it. A massive, echoing slam. But they couldn't see what caused it. They had no explanation. They were both on edge, convinced someone could still be hiding somewhere. They did another full sweep of the entire building, just to be sure. Again, they found nothing. In the end, they had no choice but to chalk it up to something strange and unexplainable. Maybe they were just hearing things, seeing things. They decided to just get out of there and go home. A couple of days later, on August 11th, Morgan was working a shift alone. Dave had the night off. Morgan was sitting in the control room monitoring the quiet building when he thought he heard something. It sounded like whispering coming from the hallway just behind him. After the experience with the slamming door a few nights earlier, he was already on high alert. He didn't hesitate. He drew his pistol and stood up. He stepped out into the hallway, and as soon as he did, the whispering sound seemed to move, getting farther and farther away from him down the hall. He looked around, but the hall was empty. He cautiously made his way down the hallway towards the main stairwell that led either up to the second floor or down into the basement. When he got to the top of the stairs, guns still raised, he listened. And that's when he heard a new sound. It was the distinct sound of someone coughing, and it was coming from the basement. At this point, Morgan would later admit that he was genuinely scared. Imagine being all alone in this massive old theater. Just a few days ago, you had a bizarre experience with slamming doors and mysterious open rooms, something another police officer witnessed with you. Now, you're by yourself, hearing voices and coughing coming from the creepiest part of the building. It was terrifying. He very slowly started to make his way down the stairs, his heart pounding. He was getting ready to clear the corner and confront whoever was down there. But just as he reached the bottom of the stairwell, the coughing stopped. He flipped on the lights for the basement hall. He looked down the long, empty corridor. There was nothing there. He started making his way down the hall, checking every door, just like he and Dave always did. He got all the way to the far end of the basement, and as he was finishing his check, he suddenly smelled smoke. A strong, distinct smell of something burning. It was coming from a door right next to him. Thinking there was a fire, he quickly unlocked the door and went inside. But the room was empty. There was no fire. He turned the light on, looked everywhere, but there was nothing burning. The smell of smoke, however, was overwhelming. He was now convinced that there had to be a fire somewhere in the basement. He started going into every single room, one by one, searching for the source. But he found nothing. And then, as mysteriously as it had started, the smell of smoke just dissipated. It was gone. He did a full check of the entire theater, every floor, every room, looking for any sign of a fire. There was nothing. He thought about calling the fire department, but what would he tell them? That he smelled smoke for a few minutes, but now there's no fire? He checked the building 3 or 4 more times just to be absolutely sure. Confident there was no fire, he just had to accept that he couldn't explain it. He was smelling things that weren't there. A few weeks went by. On September 4th, Dave arrived for his shift a little early. It started at 5 p.m., but he got to the theater around 4:30. As he walked in, he saw 3 staff members sitting at the front desk just chatting. As he walked past, he overheard one of them talking about ghosts inside the theater. This immediately got his attention. He walked over to the man who was talking and introduced himself. The man's name was Blair Fuller, and he was a senior accountant for the theater. Dave told him that he handled security for the building and that he had experienced some strange things himself. He asked Blair if he would be willing to share what he knew. Blair agreed, and they headed up to his office on the 3rd floor. They sat down, and Blair said, "Okay, I've got a doozy for you." He told Dave that a couple of years ago he had been working late in this very office. It was about 9 or 10 o'clock at night. As he was working, he heard the building's elevator kick on. The elevator was right outside his office, and it was an old, loud machine. It was really obvious whenever it was moving. He didn't think much of it at first. But then it clicked. He was the only person in the entire building. He looked out through the glass window of his office door. He could see the little lights above the elevator door that showed which floor it was on. The lights were lit up, and they were moving. The elevator was coming up from the basement. It passed the 1st floor, then the 2nd. Finally, it arrived at the 3rd floor. The doors slid open. There was no one inside. Blair said that at this point, he still wasn't too concerned. He figured maybe it was some kind of scheduled maintenance or an automatic cycle it ran at night. But after a little while, a loud alarm started going off in the elevator. It was the alarm that sounds when something is blocking the door, preventing it from closing. He looked out his office window again. He could hear the ringing sound, but he could clearly see that there was nothing obstructing the doorway. The doors were just stuck open. Curious, he left his office and walked over to the elevator. He stepped inside. He said that the moment he set foot in the elevator car, he felt a massive sudden drop in temperature. It was ice cold inside. As he was standing there, he turned around to look back towards his office. And then the elevator doors started to close. He said that for whatever reason, he didn't step out. He just decided to ride it out and see what happened. As soon as the doors closed, the button for the basement lit up, as if someone had pressed it. The elevator began its descent. He was just standing there thinking about how bizarre this all was. The elevator was malfunctioning with an alarm just a moment ago, and now, as soon as he got inside, it was working perfectly and taking him to the basement. The elevator reached the basement, and the doors opened. There was no one there. Blair said it took all of his courage, but he called out, "Hey, is anyone down here?" He was met with total silence. As soon as he realized no one was going to answer, he said he didn't want to make another sound. He was standing in the elevator in the middle of that long, dark basement hall with the piano sitting out in the middle of it. The lights in the hall were off, and the only light was spilling out from the elevator car. He poked his head out and looked one way. Nothing. He looked the other way. Nothing but the faint outline of the piano. At this point, he was completely spooked. He jumped back into the elevator and started frantically pressing the button for the third floor. He was hitting the door close button over and over. The doors finally shut, and the elevator took him back up to his office. He rushed into his office, shut the door behind him, and sat down at his desk, his mind racing. He was trying to rationalize what had just happened. As he was sitting there, trying to calm down, he heard a new noise. It sounded like banging, coming from just outside his office in the foyer area near the elevator. He got up, went to his door, and cautiously opened it. He peeked his head out and looked to the side. There was a big heavy metal filing cabinet there, and all of its drawers were pulled wide open. He definitely had not done that. And as he watched, one by one, the heavy drawers began to slam shut on their own. Bang. 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 One after another until the entire cabinet was closed. He walked over to it, trying to disprove what he had just seen. He thought maybe there was a problem with the drawers, that they would just shut on their own. But he opened one, and it stayed open. He had to physically push it for it to close. Something, or someone, had just slammed them all shut. That was it for him. He packed up his things, left the theater, and swore he would never work another night shift there again. Later that night, Dave told Morgan the story that Blair had shared with him. He wasn't sure how Morgan would react, if he'd be dismissive. But, to his surprise, Morgan opened up. He told Dave that long before Dave had started working there, he had always had this uncomfortable feeling in the theater, like he was constantly being watched. And then he reminded Dave of their shared experience with the slamming bathroom door and the lights on the second floor. Then Morgan told him about his solo shift. He described hearing the voices in the hall, the coughing from the basement, and the inexplicable smell of smoke when there was no fire. They started going back and forth, sharing all the strange, unsettling things they had experienced in that building. They both felt deeply uncomfortable there, and they realized they needed to do something. Dave came up with an idea. He said he had a best friend he could invite over one night. They would tell him they were just giving him a special behind-the-scenes tour of the historic theater. They wouldn't tell him about any of the strange events. They would just walk him through and see if he noticed anything, if he reacted to anything. It would be a way to see if they were just imagining things, to get an outside perspective. Morgan thought it was a good idea. So Dave called his best friend, a guy named Greg. Greg would later say he was a bit surprised to get an invitation for a late-night tour of the theater, but he was curious. Since it was his best friend asking, he agreed to come down and check it out. The next day, Greg showed up at the theater where Dave and Morgan were on shift. They started the tour. They showed him the main auditorium, the stage, the dressing rooms. Then they made their way down to the basement. Morgan went first and flipped on the lights. And instantly, both he and Dave saw it. A little way down the hall, on the left, one of the doors was standing open. This was a huge red flag. No doors were ever left open. Dave and Morgan immediately pushed Greg behind them for safety, and they both drew their pistols, aiming them at the open doorway. Greg stayed back as Dave and Morgan slowly and cautiously advanced down the hall towards the open door. They got right up to the doorway, preparing to push the door open and clear the room. But before they could touch it, the door slammed shut right in front of their faces. Greg, Dave, and Morgan all just stared at it, completely shocked. And before they could even process that, the door handle started rattling violently, as if someone on the other side was desperately trying to get out. After a few seconds, the rattling stopped. The hallway was silent again. Dave and Morgan looked at each other and nodded. They had to go in. Greg was terrified of being left alone in the hallway, so he decided to follow them. The three of them entered the room, Dave and Morgan with their guns raised. It was a small storage room. They flipped on the light. There was no one there. Suddenly, Greg gasped and pointed to a corner of the room. He said, "Someone sitting in the corner?" Dave and Morgan immediately swung their guns towards the corner, but there was nothing there. It was empty. Greg insisted. "I just saw someone sitting there," he said, his voice trembling. It looked like he had a hood on, like a sweatshirt. He was right there. Now, all three of them were completely freaked out. Dave and Morgan had brought Greg there hoping to disprove the strangeness, and instead, it had escalated. All three of them had seen a door slam shut, and Greg was now claiming to have seen a figure in the room. This scared them all badly. They quickly left the room, locked it, shut off the lights, and got out of the basement. Greg said he was done, and left immediately. Dave and Morgan were left standing there wondering what on earth they were supposed to do now. At this point, Dave and Morgan started reporting these strange occurrences. They didn't mention anything about ghosts or hauntings, of course. They framed it as a series of potential break-ins and security breaches. Eventually, the county agreed that something needed to be done and decided to install a brand new upgraded camera system inside the theater. These new cameras had infrared technology, which meant they could see much more clearly in the dark. The hope was that this new system would finally allow them to catch whoever was breaking in and causing all this trouble. The new cameras were installed on September 15th. That night, Morgan was working alone again. He was sitting in the control room, familiarizing himself with the new system, clicking through the different camera feeds, and testing out the new features. At some point, as he was looking at the monitor for the main auditorium, something caught his eye. It looked like someone might be sitting in one of the seats out in the middle of the empty theater. The camera was zoomed out so he couldn't get a clear look. And since it was his first time using these new cameras, he wasn't sure what was normal and what wasn't. He zoomed the camera in, trying to get a better look. He could now see it more clearly. It was a figure, and it seemed to be wearing a hood or some kind of shroud over its head. It was just sitting there, motionless. And then, it slowly started to turn its head from side to side. As it turned, he could see, clear as day, a set of eyes glowing in the infrared view. And before Morgan could even react, the figure just started to rise up into the air, floating straight up towards the ceiling until it completely disappeared from view. That was it for Morgan. He didn't investigate. He didn't go looking. He was done. He literally quit his job that day. That was his very last shift at the Capital City Theater. A couple of weeks after Morgan quit, Dave was now working alone at the theater. He was in the control room one night when suddenly he heard the sound of a piano playing, There was only one piano in the entire theater, the one in the basement. As a police officer, it was his job to protect the building. He knew he had to go down there and check it out. It could be an intruder. He left the control room, drew his weapon, and started walking towards the basement stairs. As he got closer, the piano music got louder and louder. He made his way down the steps, and just as he was about to round the corner into the main basement hallway, he heard a loud bang. It was the sound of the wooden guard that protects the piano keys slamming shut. And the music stopped. He turned the corner and looked down the long hallway. There was no one there. He flipped on the light. The hall was empty. At that moment, he knew he wasn't going to find anyone. He knew this was the same thing that had been causing all the mayhem in the theater for months. Dave had seen enough. He was done with this place. He went right back upstairs, locked himself in the control room, and stayed there until the end of his shift. The very next day, he went to his sergeant and said, "You can never put me back inside that theater or I will quit," and sure enough, he was transferred. For the next 2 months, the theater didn't have a full-time security officer. Different officers would come in for a few hours here and there, but no one was assigned there permanently. That is, until November 26th. The department found another officer, a veteran cop named Josh Thomas, who agreed to take the full-time post at the theater. On November 26th, Josh Thomas reported for his very first shift. Because there had been no permanent officer, there was no one there to show him the ropes. He was all alone in the theater. By pure coincidence, Dave happened to be on patrol in his car that night, and his route took him near the theater. At some point during the night, a call came over Dave's radio. It was Josh. He was calling for backup, saying someone had broken into the theater. Dave's heart sank. He knew it probably wasn't a break-in. He knew exactly what was going on in that building. He was the closest unit to the theater, and even though the last thing he ever wanted to do was go back there, he felt a sense of responsibility. He had to go and back Josh up. And if it was what he thought it was, he needed to be the one to explain to this new officer what he was getting himself into. When Dave arrived at the theater, he went to the back door they always used. He saw Josh standing just outside the building. Dave would later say that Josh's eyes were as wide as saucers. He looked absolutely terrified. Dave walked over to him and asked what was going on, if the intruder was still inside. Josh explained that he had been doing his security rounds when he heard what sounded like voices coming from the basement. He checked all the rooms, but everything was secure. Then, as he made his way up to the 3rd floor, he saw that the elevator had turned on. It was coming up from the basement. The light was on, and he could hear it whirring. When the elevator doors opened on his floor, there was no one there. He stood there, looking at the empty car, and then the door obstruction alarm started going off. That's when he called for backup. Dave looked at him and said, "Look, let's just go search the building." "We'll do it together." They went inside and cleared the entire theater, floor by floor. Of course, they found no one. Before Dave left, they went into the main auditorium and stood on the stage, just talking. Dave's back was to the audience seats, and Josh was facing him. Suddenly, in the middle of a sentence, Josh just stopped talking. He froze, and he was staring at something just over Dave's shoulder. Dave asked, "What is it?" And Josh, his voice barely a whisper, said, "There's something behind you." Dave slowly turned around. And as soon as he did, he saw what Josh was looking at. Standing in the very back of the dark theater, in a corner, was a man. His hands were by his sides, and his back was to them. He seemed to be looking down, and he had a hood pulled over his head. Dave turned his whole body to face this figure. And right as he did, the figure whipped around and looked directly at them. It had deep, dark, sunken eyes. Its face looked as if it had been horribly burned. It was black and charred. It stared at them for a second, and then it turned and ran out of a door at the back of the theater. Josh was convinced they had just seen the intruder. Dave was fairly certain they had just seen the entity that haunted the theater. They searched the entire building again, but they never found the cloaked figure. That was when Dave sat Josh down in the control room. He told him everything. He told him about the slamming doors, the voices, the smoke. He told him Blair's story about the elevator and the filing cabinets. He told him why Morgan had quit and why he himself had quit. Josh was now up to speed. Great, he thought. I'm glad I work here now. This was the last time Dave would ever set foot in the Capital City Theater. But his curiosity got the better of him. He started doing some research into the history of the building, and what he found was chilling. It turned out that back in the 1940s, there had been a horrible fire in the theater. A man had been trapped in the basement when the fire erupted. He had died down there. Dave shared this information with Morgan and with Josh, and the three of them, all police officers, all trained to look in strong logical explanations, came to believe the same thing. They believed that what they had been witnessing, what they had seen and heard, was the ghost of the man who died in that fire all those years ago. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Have you ever stopped to think about how a single, seemingly minor decision can completely change the course of your life, or even end it in an instant? We like to think we are in control of our own destinies, that the choices we make every day are safe and calculated. But today, we are going to look at 5 incredibly tragic stories about people who made just one wrong turn, took one unnecessary risk, or stepped into a place they never should have been. These are stories of beautiful days that turned into nightmares, exciting nights out that ended in unimaginable horror, and ordinary workdays that became scenes from a disaster movie. Each of these people had dreams, families, and bright futures ahead of them. But in a split second, a single choice sealed their fate, showing just how fragile our lives really are when we cross the line into the unknown. Our first story takes us to Europe, to a gorgeous, picturesque town called Sevnica. It is located right in the heart of Slovenia, and it is situated right along the Sava River, which is one of the longest and most beautiful rivers in all of Europe. For many generations, the section of the Sava River that flowed right past the town of Sevnica was a popular destination for kayakers and canoeists. People would travel from all over the region just to spend a peaceful afternoon paddling down this scenic stretch of water. But all of that changed in the year 2008. At that time, a massive new hydroelectric dam was being built across the river. This dam was designed to provide clean, reliable electricity for the town and the surrounding area, which was a great thing for the local economy. But for the people who loved the river, it was a bit of a tragedy. The construction of this dam created a total dead end for anyone trying to navigate through this section of the Sava River. Once the dam was completed, boaters would no longer be able to just float down the river uninterrupted. Instead, they would have to paddle up to the dam, pull their boats out of the water, carry them all the way around the massive concrete structure on foot, and then put them back in on the other side. For many locals, this marked the end of an era. The mayor of Sevnica, who had been a major supporter of the dam's construction, understood that this project was a bit of a disappointment for the local community. He wanted to do something to acknowledge the history of the river and to give the townspeople one last chance to experience the waterway as it used to be. And so, he decided to organize a special event. He called it the Final Descent. The plan was simple. The mayor would lead a group of local citizens and officials on one final canoe trip down the Sava River, passing right through the area where the dam was being built while the river was still open. He went all around the town talking to business owners, council members, and friends, and he managed to recruit 27 other people to join him on this historic journey. A few weeks later, on the 3rd of July 2008, after all the preparations had been made, the mayor and his crew gathered upstream at a local loading area. The weather that day was absolutely perfect. The sun was shining, the sky was clear, and the water was incredibly calm, looking almost like a sheet of glass. At the loading area, a local company had set out 4 large canoes for the group. Each canoe was designed to hold up to 7 people. Before they pushed off, the staff members who had provided the canoes offered everyone in the group life jackets. But, surprising as it might seem, almost everyone in the group turned them down. It is not entirely clear why they made this choice, but many believe it was because the river looked so calm and peaceful that afternoon. They were not planning on being on the water for very long, and they probably thought that wearing bulky life jackets on such a warm, beautiful day was just unnecessary and uncomfortable. And so, without any life jackets on board, all 28 people climbed into the 4 canoes, 7 people per boat. They pushed off from the shore and began their slow, relaxing journey down the Sava River. The mayor wanted to make sure this historic trip was well documented, so he had hired a professional photographer to come along with them. As the canoes drifted down the river, the photographer, who was riding in the 4th canoe, was busy taking pictures and filming videos of the group. Everyone was laughing, chatting, and enjoying the beautiful scenery. It felt like a perfect summer afternoon. But about 15 or 20 minutes into their trip, the canoes rounded a bend in the river, and the massive concrete structure of the new hydroelectric dam came into view about 1,000 feet ahead of them. Even though the dam was still under construction, the main physical structure was largely finished. From their position on the water, they could easily see the massive concrete archways where the river would eventually be blocked off. Almost immediately, the group realized they had a problem. The mayor's original plan had been based on information he received from the construction crew. They had told him that the left side of the dam would have a temporary open waterway that had not been blocked off yet. Because the dam was not fully completed, the crew said there would be a safe, calm channel where the canoes could easily float right past the construction site without any danger. But as the canoes got closer, it became very obvious that this open channel did not exist. The construction schedule must have changed, or there was a misunderstanding because the entire width of the river was now blocked by the concrete barriers. There was no simple way to float around it. To keep going, they would have to pull the canoes over to the bank, get out, and carry them around the dam. Because the current was extremely weak and the water was moving very slowly, there was no immediate danger. The group had plenty of time to make a decision, and they easily could have paddled to the shore. Most of the people in the canoes intuitively knew that the safest and smartest choice was to pull over to the riverbank, get out of the water, and either walk around the structure or just end the trip right there. But as they sat there discussing their options, the mayor and a few other people in the leading canoes came up with a different idea. They looked at the dam and thought, why don't we just go over it? Now, the construction crew had explicitly warned the mayor beforehand that they should absolutely not try to go over the dam under any circumstances because it was extremely dangerous. But from where the canoes were floating, the drop did not look bad at all. This was not a massive towering dam with a sheer vertical drop. It was a relatively low structure where the water slid down a concrete embankment that was only about 10 or 15 feet long. At the bottom of this slide, the water was a bit rough and frothy, but it did not look like anything a large canoe couldn't handle. To the mayor, it looked like it would be a fun, exciting adventure, almost like going down a slide at a water park. He began encouraging the others, making it sound like a great way to top off their historic trip. Before long, the occupants of 3 of the 4 canoes agreed to go along with the plan. They decided they were going to ride their canoes right over the edge of the dam. The people in the 4th canoe, which included the photographer, were not comfortable with this idea. They told the others that they were not going to risk going over the dam, but they agreed to pull up next to the concrete structure on the left bank and film the other 3 canoes as they made their descent. It would make for some incredible footage. With the plan set, the 4 canoes continued their approach. When they were about 100 or 200 feet away from the dam, the 4th canoe pulled off to the left. The passengers got out onto the solid ground, and the photographer lifted his camera, pointing it toward the river to record his friends. The video footage captured by the photographer, which was later released to the public, shows the first of the 3 canoes heading directly toward one of the open concrete gates of the dam. In the video, you can see the 7 people in the canoe. They are smiling, laughing, and waving at the camera. They look like they are filled with that nervous excitement you get right before a roller coaster drops. They guide their canoe into the darker section inside the concrete archway, preparing to slide down the embankment. As they enter the shadows and begin to disappear from view, the camera captures the back end of their canoe, suddenly popping up into the air as the front of the boat tilts downward, sliding down the concrete slope. But then, a second later, the happy atmosphere vanishes. You hear a sudden, sharp scream from one of the passengers inside the tunnel, and then the audio goes completely silent, and the video cuts out. As soon as that first canoe hit the churning water at the bottom of the slide, it did not ride smoothly over the waves. Instead, the force of the water instantly flipped the heavy canoe, throwing all 7 passengers directly into the roaring river. Because they were not wearing life jackets, they had absolutely nothing to keep them afloat. They did not even have a second to catch their breath or try to swim to safety before they were violently sucked deep underwater. The danger at the bottom of the dam was not just the rough, churning water. Because this was a hydroelectric dam, there were massive underwater tunnels built into the base of the structure. These tunnels functioned like incredibly powerful vacuums. They were designed to pull massive amounts of water down inside them, channeling the river past giant turbines. The force of the rushing water would spin these turbines, which is what actually generated the electricity for the town. Once the water passed through the turbines, it was shot back out into the river further downstream. Even though the dam itself was not fully finished and was not yet generating power for the grid, these underwater tunnels and turbines were already fully operational and running. As those first 7 people were thrown into the water, they were immediately caught in the powerful suction of these intake tunnels. They had absolutely no way to fight against the current. Meanwhile, the people in the second and third canoes had no idea what had just happened to their friends. Because of the concrete walls and the noise of the rushing water, they couldn't see or hear the first canoe capsize. And so, they kept paddling forward. The second canoe went right over the slide, and just like the first one, it flipped instantly at the bottom. All 7 of its passengers were thrown into the churning white water and were immediately sucked down into the dark underwater tunnels. A moment later, the third canoe made its descent. By some incredible stroke of luck, this third canoe did not capsize. It managed to hit the water at the bottom, ride out the rough waves, and float safely out into the calmer water downstream. Once they cleared the rough area, the passengers in the third canoe turned around, expecting to see their friends in the other 2 boats paddling right behind them. But the river was completely empty. There was nobody out in front of them, and there was nobody behind them. Confused and starting to panic, they looked back toward the base of the dam. They didn't see any people, but they saw one of the canoes floating completely upside down, and the other canoe was being violently ripped apart, its wooden planks spinning around in the churning white water. Realizing that something terrible had happened, the survivors in the third canoe desperately turned their boat around and tried to paddle back toward the base of the dam to search for survivors. They wanted to pull their friends out of the water, but as they got closer, they realized there was nobody to save. The water was empty. The 14 people who had been in those 2 canoes had completely vanished beneath the surface. Out of the 14 people who fell into the river that afternoon, 13 would lose their lives. The mayor was among the dead. The only person to survive the plunge was the mayor's wife. By some absolute miracle, when she was thrown into the water, she managed to fight against the powerful suction of the underwater tunnels and swim out of their grasp, eventually clawing her way to the safety of the riverbank. Over the next several days and weeks, a massive recovery operation was launched. Police divers and search teams combed the river, eventually recovering all 13 bodies. The power of the river's current and the underwater tunnels was so immense that one of the bodies was found 25 miles downstream, having crossed the border into the neighboring country of Croatia. The local authorities never released any specific details about the condition of the bodies when they were found, so it remains unclear if the victims died from drowning or if the massive underwater turbines played a direct role in their deaths. All the public knows is that a beautiful summer afternoon and a simple decision to seek a little bit of adventure ended in one of the worst tragedies in the history of the region. And now we are going to look at our second story, which takes us back to the United States in the early 1980s. In a small town called Delaware, Ohio, which is located just outside the state's capital of Columbus, there was a 17-year-old high school senior named John Harder. John was the definition of a popular kid. He was athletic, handsome, and incredibly well-liked by his peers. But unlike the classic stereotype of the popular high school jock who is a mean bully, John was known for being incredibly warm-hearted, kind, and friendly to absolutely everyone he met. He had a great sense of humor and loved to play harmless pranks just to make people smile. During one memorable high school pep rally, John, who was not a cheerleader, enthusiastically joined the cheerleading squad on the gym floor, jumping and chanting along with them, which had the entire school laughing and cheering. John was set to graduate from high school on the 5th of June, 1983, and he had a very bright future ahead of him. He had already been accepted to Kent State University, where he planned to study accounting in the fall. A few weeks before graduation, John's high school began selling tickets for a special event called Grad Night. This event was held at a massive amusement park called Kings Island, which was located about 2 hours west of Delaware, Ohio. Kings Island was famous for its incredible roller coasters, water rides, and games. During these grad nights, the amusement park would close its doors to the general public, allowing only high school seniors who had purchased these special student tickets to enter. It was a safe, fun way for graduating seniors from all over the state to celebrate their achievements together. John was incredibly excited about the trip, and he bought tickets along with about 20 of his classmates. At around 3:30 p.m. on Friday, the 13th of May, 1983, John and his friends met up outside of their high school. Even though this was a school-sponsored event, the school did not provide buses. The students were responsible for driving themselves to the amusement park. After making sure everyone was there, they piled into several cars and began the 2-hour drive to Kings Island. During the trip, John, who was a passenger in one of the cars, began drinking heavily. By the time they arrived at the park, he had consumed half a bottle of rum and between 3 and 6 beers. When he finally got out of the car in the Kings Island parking lot at around 7 p.m., he was visibly heavily intoxicated. He could barely stand up straight and was slurring his words. Despite his condition, John and his friends made their way to the front gate, showed their special tickets to the attendants, and were allowed inside the park. Even though it was a private event, the park was incredibly crowded, packed with thousands of excited teenagers from high schools all over Ohio. Once inside, the students from Delaware High School did not stay together as one giant group. They naturally split up into smaller groups of close friends to explore the rides. John was in a small group that included his girlfriend, Pam. But instead of having a fun, exciting night, John and Pam spent their first hour in the park bickering and fighting. Other students who saw them that night would later report that John looked extremely upset, highly emotional, and obviously very drunk. By 8:30 p.m., as John's group was waiting in line for one of the park's popular roller coasters, John was openly complaining, telling his friends that he didn't even want to be there anymore and just wanted to go home. It was clear to everyone that he was just trying to make Pam feel bad because he was angry at her. His friends tried to calm him down, telling him that he was overreacting and that once they got on the ride and got some food, he would feel much better. But John was in a terrible mood and seemed completely incapable of enjoying himself. At around 9 p.m., John and his group finally boarded the roller coaster and went on the ride. When the ride ended and the passengers disembarked, the group walked over to a nearby open area to regroup and figure out which ride they wanted to go to next. But when they looked around, they realized John was gone. He had completely vanished. At first, his friends weren't too worried. They knew how upset and angry John had been before they got on the ride. They figured he had probably just walked off to clear his head and be by himself for a little while, and they assumed they would run into him later in the night. So, the group continued exploring the park, going on rides and playing games, and they eventually lost track of time. It wasn't until the end of the night, when the park's loudspeakers announced that Kings Island was closing and everyone needed to head toward the exits, that John's friends began to worry. They walked out to the parking lot, fully expecting to find John leaning against one of their cars, waiting for them because he wanted to go home. But when they reached the cars, John was nowhere to be found. They met up with the other groups of students from their high school, but nobody had seen John since 9 p.m. They stood in the parking lot, staring at the main entrance, waiting for him to walk out. But as the minutes ticked by, the park's lights began to shut down one by one, and a security guard came out and locked the front gates. That was when they knew they had a serious problem. Following a detailed investigation by the police, detectives were eventually able to piece together a reconstruction of what they believe happened to John after he walked away from his friends at 9 p.m. After getting off the roller coaster, John had slipped away from his group before anyone could see him. In his highly intoxicated and emotional state, he stumbled his way through the crowded park toward one of Kings Island's most famous attractions, a massive 300-foot-tall replica of the Eiffel Tower. This structure was built to be an exact one-third scale replica of the real Eiffel Tower in Paris, France. It featured 3 large elevators that ran up the center of the tower's metal structure. These elevators would take guests up to 2 different viewing platforms, one located 50 feet off the ground and a much higher one located at 275 feet. Today, the only way for visitors to access these platforms is by riding the elevators. But back in 1983, there was also a large flight of stairs that ran up the very center of the tower from the ground all the way to the top. At the time, the public was allowed to walk up these stairs, but only as far as the first platform at 50 feet. The stairs did continue past the 50-foot mark all the way to the top of the tower, but this upper section was strictly off-limits to guests. To prevent people from climbing any higher, the park had installed a heavy 6-foot-tall metal gate directly across the staircase at the 50-foot platform, complete with signs warning that the area beyond was for authorized personnel only. When John arrived at the base of the tower, he didn't line up for the elevators. Instead, he began climbing the stairs. He made his way up to the 50-foot platform, and when he reached the locked metal gate, he didn't turn back. Instead, he climbed over the gate and continued walking up the dark, empty stairs, completely unnoticed by park staff or other guests. John climbed higher and higher into the metal framework of the tower until he came to a stop just below the 275-foot platform. At this point, he was standing on the narrow staircase, surrounded by a maze of steel beams. He decided to climb over the safety railing of the stairs and step out onto a narrow metal beam that was part of the tower's structural support system. He grabbed onto another beam above his head for balance and began to slowly shimmy his way along the narrow steel beam, moving toward the very center of the tower, right where the 3 active elevator shafts were located. There were no safety nets or barriers of any kind. If John lost his grip or slipped, he would fall hundreds of feet to his death. If he kept walking, he would step directly into the path of the massive elevator cars that were constantly moving up and down the shafts. The designers of the tower had never anticipated that a guest would climb past the security gates and walk out onto the exposed structural beams, so there were no safety features in place to protect someone in this area. But John, driven by alcohol and emotion, kept moving until he was standing right on the edge of one of the active elevator shafts, looking down into the darkness. To understand what happened next, you have to understand how the elevators at Kings Island operated. Each elevator car was suspended by a thick metal cable that ran from the top of the car up to the very top of the tower, where it looped through a massive pulley system anchored to the ceiling. From there, the cable ran back down the shaft, where it was attached to a massive, incredibly heavy counterweight. The counterweight was designed to balance the weight of the elevator car. Whenever the elevator car moved up the shaft, the counterweight would move down, and when the elevator car moved down, the counterweight would move up. As John was standing on the edge of the shaft, looking around at the view, one of the elevator cars down below him began to descend. As the car went down, its massive metal counterweight began to rise rapidly up the shaft, heading directly toward the spot where John was standing. John was leaning out over the open shaft, likely looking down at the moving car, completely unaware of the massive counterweight coming up behind him. A second later, the heavy counterweight slammed into John, striking him with incredible force and knocking him off the beam. The impact was so violent that John was actually impaled on some of the exposed metal wiring and cables on top of the counterweight, getting his body completely tangled in the machinery. Inside the descending elevator car, the operator, a young park employee, felt a sudden, violent jolt, as if the car had struck something or jumped on its tracks. Fearing that there was a mechanical malfunction with the elevator, the operator rode the car all the way down to the ground level, let all the passengers out, and decided to run a test. He closed the doors of the empty car and began to ride it back up the tower to make sure everything was working properly. As the empty elevator car went up, the counterweight on the other side of the shaft began to go down. This reversed the motion of the machinery that John's body was tangled in. As the counterweight descended, John's dangling body struck one of the tower's horizontal steel beams. The force of the impact pried his body off the counterweight and threw him over the edge, sending him plunging 200 feet down the center of the elevator shaft. John landed directly on the roof of the rising elevator car, dying instantly from the impact. Inside the car, the operator was just passing the 50-foot platform when he heard an unbelievably loud, violent thud on the metal roof above his head, causing the elevator to instantly grind to a halt. A second later, blood began pouring down the outside of the elevator's glass windows. The park administration acted incredibly fast. They immediately shut down the tower, blocked off the area, and called the police, managing to keep the horrific accident a secret from the thousands of other guests still in the park. But when the police arrived, they found that John was not carrying any form of identification. They had no idea who he was or how to contact his family. It wasn't until late that night, when John's worried friends in the parking lot approached a security guard to report him missing, that the pieces began to come together. The guard told them that there had been a fatal accident inside the park and that the police were currently trying to identify a young man's body. He suggested they go to the local hospital to see if they could identify him. John's devastated friends went to the hospital and confirmed that the victim was indeed John Harder. To this day, nobody knows for sure why John did what he did. Some believe it was just a terrible, alcohol-fueled mistake. Others speculated that he might have been suicidal, though his family and close friends vehemently denied this, saying he had everything to look forward to. Many believe John, who loved attention and pranks, was simply trying to pull off a daring, dangerous stunt to show off, and it cost him his life. This brings us to our third story, which takes us to the hot, humid summer of 2017 inches, a quiet, rural suburb called Wama, Florida, located just south of Tampa. There was a 21-year-old man named Antonio Navarrete who felt like he was on top of the world. A year earlier, Antonio had met the absolute love of his life, a young woman named Daisy Martinez, and the two had fallen deeply in love. Now, Daisy was pregnant with their first child. Antonio and Daisy were living with Antonio's parents to save money, but they were incredibly excited about starting their own family. Antonio was a young man with a bright future. Ever since he was a little kid, he had been completely obsessed with cars. He would take his toy cars apart just to see how they worked and then put them back together. As he got older, he became incredibly skilled at drawing highly detailed, intricate designs for custom cars. By the time he was a teenager, he was spending all his free time working on real vehicles. Eventually, Antonio saved up enough money to buy his own car, a white Chevrolet lowrider pickup truck that he lovingly nicknamed Casper. Antonio was a very shy, quiet guy, and he was definitely not a ladies' man. But it was actually thanks to Casper that he met Daisy in the first place. One weekend, Antonio drove his custom truck to a local car meetup where car enthusiasts gathered to show off their customized vehicles. While walking around the parking lot, Antonio spotted Daisy standing on the far side of the crowd. He was so struck by her beauty that he just stood there, staring at her. Eventually, Daisy looked up, caught him looking, and gave him a warm smile. The two started talking, and from that moment on, they were inseparable. Shortly after Daisy moved in with Antonio and they shared the happy news of the pregnancy with their families, Antonio got more great news. He had landed a high-paying job with a company that did contract maintenance work for Tampa Electric Company's Big Bend power plant located in Apollo, Florida, about 10 miles away. It wasn't his dream job of being an auto mechanic, but it paid $12 an hour, which was double what he had been making before. With this new income, he and Daisy would finally be able to save up enough money to get their own apartment before the baby was born in the fall. Some of his friends who worked at the plant told him the job was incredibly easy and that he would basically just be driving a golf cart around the massive facility, picking up trash. On the 24th of June, 2017, Antonio drove Casper to the Big Bend power plant for his very first day of work. As he drove, he looked at a photo of Daisy that he had taped to his dashboard. She and his mother were the most important people in his life, and he was determined to work hard to provide for them. When Antonio arrived at the plant, he was absolutely awestruck by its sheer size. The Big Bend power plant was a massive industrial complex sitting right on the water, with 4 enormous smokestacks rising high into the sky, constantly releasing thick plumes of white smoke. The plant generated electricity by burning coal on a massive scale. The burning process took place inside 4 large independent units. Each unit featured a humongous boiler, which was essentially a 12-story tall industrial oven. Coal was fed into the bottom of these boilers, where it was burned at extremely high temperatures, creating steam. This steam would rise up the boiler, spinning massive turbines to generate electricity before traveling up the smokestacks and out into the air. A natural byproduct of burning coal is ash. In newer modern power plants, this airborne ash is captured inside the boiler. But 3 of the 4 units at the Big Bend plant had been built in the 1970s and used older technology. In these older units, the ash would get so hot that it would melt, turning into a thick, red-hot liquid called slag. Slag is essentially the industrial equivalent of molten volcanic lava. As this molten slag accumulated inside the massive boiler, it would drain through a man-sized opening at the very bottom of the unit. Directly beneath this opening was a 30-foot-tall, water-filled cooling tank. When the red-hot liquid slag fell into the cold water, it would instantly cool and harden into solid glassy rocks. These rocks would settle at the bottom of the cooling tank, where a large grinding mechanism would crush them into tiny chips. These cooled slag chips would then be collected and sold to companies to make everything from sandpaper to roofing shingles. For his first few days on the job, Antonio's routine was very quiet. He spent most of his time sitting in a break room, watching safety training videos, or trying to navigate the confusing, maze-like corridors of the massive plant. It was a loud, chaotic, and dangerous environment, with massive trucks driving through the building and heavy machinery constantly running all around him. But by his 4th day, Antonio felt like he was finally starting to get the hang of things. On Thursday, the 29th of June 2017, Antonio woke up in a fantastic mood. The very next day, Daisy had an appointment for an ultrasound, and they were finally going to find out if their baby was a boy or a girl. Antonio kissed Daisy goodbye, walked out to his truck, and drove to work, excited for the future. A few hours later, Antonio's mother was walking through the aisles of a local grocery store when she felt her phone vibrate in her purse. She pulled it out and saw that she had a missed call from Antonio, and he had left a voicemail. She pressed play and held the phone to her ear, expecting to hear her son's cheerful voice. Instead, she heard the most terrifying, traumatic thing a mother could ever hear. Earlier that afternoon, a serious double malfunction had occurred simultaneously inside Unit 2 at the power plant. First, inside the 12-story tall boiler, the molten slag had cooled slightly and formed a massive solid plug directly over the man-sized drainage hole. Because the hole was blocked, the liquid slag could not drain into the cooling water tank. Instead, it was rapidly piling up inside the active boiler, getting heavier and heavier by the minute. At the exact same time, completely independent of the blockage in the boiler, a large buildup of hardened slag rocks had jammed the grinding mechanism at the bottom of the cooling tank, preventing any of the crushed slag from being emptied out. Unit 2 was completely crippled. The proper, safe way to fix these blockages was to shut down Unit 2's boiler, let the entire system cool down, and then send in specialized teams. They would drop dynamite into the boiler to blast away the slag plug, and then workers could safely enter the drained cooling tank to chip away the blockage around the grinder. But turning off a massive industrial boiler at a power plant is an incredibly expensive process that costs the company a fortune in lost electricity production. Rather than shutting down the unit, the management at Tampa Electric Company decided to have the workers clear the blockages while the 12-story boiler was still active and burning coal at over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. At around 4 p.m., a senior plant manager gathered a team of 5 other workers, including Antonio, and led them to the base of Unit 2 to perform the repairs. The plan was to completely drain the water from the 30-foot-tall cooling tank. Once empty, they would open a heavy metal access door near the bottom of the tank, known as the doghouse door. This door would give them a direct line of sight into the bottom of the empty tank, right where the grinding mechanism was jammed. The workers would then stand in front of the open door and fire high-pressure water cannons through the opening to blast the hardened slag rocks loose from the grinder. Once the grinder was cleared, they would close the door and figure out how to handle the slag plug inside the boiler. The company had asked workers to perform this exact type of hot repair in the past, and because nothing bad had ever happened, the team of 6 men had no reason to believe they were in any danger. They assumed it was a routine maintenance procedure. Antonio's job that afternoon was not to operate the water cannons. He was there purely to help clean up any debris or water that spilled onto the floor during the operation. He stood about 10 to 15 feet back from the open doghouse door, simply watching the other 5 men work. The scale of the danger surrounding them was immense. Directly above their heads was a 12-story oven filled with burning coal, superheated steam, and a massive, growing pool of molten, liquid lava that was held back by nothing but a temporary plug of cooled slag. The team successfully drained the water chamber and opened the heavy doghouse door. The 5 men took turns aiming the heavy water cannons through the opening, trying to blast the blockage loose. Antonio stood back, waiting for his turn to sweep up the mess. But as they worked, the active boiler above them continued to melt coal ash, creating more and more liquid slag. Because the drainage hole was plugged, this molten lava kept building up, growing heavier and heavier with every passing second. 20 minutes into the operation, the immense weight of the liquid slag finally became too much. The molten lava burst through the plug, creating a massive opening. Thousands of gallons of red-hot liquid slag came rushing down from the boiler. It hit the back wall of the empty, dry cooling tank and instantly deflected outward, shooting out of the open doghouse door like a massive tidal wave of molten fire. In a fraction of a second, the 6 men were engulfed in a wave of liquid slag that was burning at over 1,000 degrees. The molten substance flooded the floor, covering a 40-foot area in 6 inches of glowing liquid lava. When a person tries to run through mud or water, their progress is slow, but they can still move. But when these men tried to run, the physical reality was horrifying. The moment they stepped into the slag, their shoes instantly melted. With the next step, their skin and muscles melted, and their bones fused with the liquid slag. They were literally being consumed by the molten rock from the feet up. Antonio tried to run, but he fell forward, collapsing onto the sea of liquid fire. As he lay on his side, his body burning and melting, he managed to reach into his pocket with his one free hand, pull out his cell phone, and dial his mother's number. She didn't answer in time, so he left a voicemail. In a weak, agonizing voice, he gasped, "Mom, Mom, I'm burning!" "Please, call the cops." "Please, Mom." In the background of the recording, his mother could hear the terrifying, low hissing sound of steam and molten slag continuing to pour out of the boiler. 5 of the 6 men on the maintenance team, including Antonio, died from their horrific injuries. Tampa Electric Company was later hit with massive safety violations and eventually paid out large financial settlements to the families of the deceased workers. Our fourth story takes us to the cold, unforgiving waters of the North Sea in the late 1970s. It is a story about a highly specialized and incredibly dangerous profession, saturation diving. Most people who enjoy recreational scuba diving know that you cannot simply dive down to great depths, spend time exploring, and then swim straight back up to the surface. When a diver breathes compressed air from a scuba tank, they are inhaling a mixture of oxygen and inert gases, usually nitrogen and helium. While the body consumes the oxygen, the inert gases are absorbed directly into the diver's bloodstream where they remain. If a diver ascends too quickly, the sudden drop in pressure causes these dissolved gases to rapidly expand, forming bubbles in their blood and tissues, much like opening a shaken bottle of soda. This condition is known as decompression sickness, or more commonly, the bends. At best, the bends can cause excruciating pain in the joints and muscles. At worst, it can cause paralysis or instant death. To prevent the bends, divers must ascend very slowly, performing planned pauses called decompression stops at various depths. This allows the inert gases to safely diffuse out of their blood and be exhaled. The deeper a diver goes, the more decompression stops they must make, and the longer those stops will take. For example, if a diver were to descend to a depth of 2,000 feet, it would take over 33 hours of continuous, gradual decompression to safely return to the surface pressure. In the offshore oil and gas industry, companies need divers to perform heavy construction, welding, and demolition on underwater structures located hundreds or even thousands of feet below the surface. Because it is highly inefficient to have a diver spend days decompressing after a single hour of work, the industry developed saturation diving. Saturation divers, or SAT divers, live in a highly pressurized environment for weeks at a time. They reside inside a small cramped pressure chamber on board a dive support ship or an oil rig. This chamber is pressurized to match the exact pressure of the deep ocean floor where they will be working. The living conditions inside these chambers are incredibly tight and uncomfortable, often resembling the interior of a tiny metallic submarine with just a few bunk beds and a basic toilet. Once the divers enter the chamber and the heavy steel doors are sealed, they remain in this pressurized state for up to a month, keeping their bodies completely saturated with inert gases. Connected to the side of this living chamber is another pressurized capsule called a dive bell. When it is time for a shift to begin, two divers will put on their heavy, specialized dive suits inside the living chamber and crawl through a hatch directly into the dive bell. They seal the hatch behind them, and crew members on the deck of the ship disconnect the dive bell from the living chamber. Using a massive crane, the heavy steel dive bell is lowered over the side of the ship and down into the dark ocean depths. Once the bell reaches the working depth, the pressure inside the bell matches the pressure of the surrounding water. This allows the divers to open a circular hatch on the bottom of the bell known as the wet pot without any water entering the capsule. One diver will slide through the hatch into the open ocean to perform the work, while the second diver remains inside the bell to monitor their partner's life support systems and communications. The working diver is connected to the dive bell by a thick bundle of hoses and cables called an umbilical, which provides them with breathing gas, electricity for their helmet lights, communication lines, and a constant flow of hot water to keep their suit warm in the freezing ocean. When the shift is over, the diver climbs back into the bell, seals the bottom hatch, and the bell is winched back up to the ship. It is reconnected to the living chamber, allowing the divers to crawl inside to eat and sleep until their next shift. At the very end of their month-long tour, the divers will undergo one continuous multi-day decompression process inside the living chamber to safely return their bodies to normal atmospheric pressure. While saturation diving is an incredibly efficient way to perform deep-sea work, it is widely considered one of the most dangerous and psychologically demanding jobs in the world. Down past 700 feet, the ocean is in a state of perpetual pitch-black darkness. The water temperature is hovering just above freezing. If the hot water supply flowing to a diver's suit were to fail for even a few minutes, hypothermia would set in almost instantly, leading to death. The divers carry powerful flashlights, but the water near the seabed is often so thick with kicked-up mud and sediment that shining a light is like trying to drive through a dense fog. They can rarely see more than a few inches in front of their faces. SAT divers often report the terrifying sensation of feeling the water around them suddenly move violently in the darkness. They will turn their lights around, but the zero visibility means they can't see what caused the disturbance. They just have to accept that a massive deep-sea predator is swimming nearby, checking them out. Sometimes, large fish will swim directly into the beam of a diver's light and press themselves close to the diver's body. They aren't trying to be friendly. They are using the diver as a shield, trying to hide from a larger predator that is lurking just outside the light's reach. Experienced SAT divers learn to manage the extreme isolation and fear. But there is one specific emergency that every single saturation diver dreads more than anything else: a lost bell. While the divers are working on the seabed, the heavy dive bell hangs suspended in the water column nearby, connected to the surface ship by a thick steel cable. If this cable were to snap, the heavy dive bell would plunge to the bottom of the ocean, dragging the working divers along with it by their umbilicals. If the divers survived the violent crash to the sea floor, they would be trapped inside a freezing, dark steel ball hundreds of feet below the surface, with no way to escape. Their only hope would be that a rescue team could locate them and pull them up before their limited emergency supplies of oxygen ran out or they froze to death. On the 7th of August, 1979, a 31-year-old saturation diver named Richard Walker was living inside a pressure chamber on board a dive support vessel in the North Sea. Richard had been in saturation for 10 long days, and he was completely exhausted. He was incredibly homesick and wanted nothing more than to return to his home in England to see his wife and his 15-month-old daughter. That evening, just before his scheduled shift, Richard wrote a simple, heartbreaking entry in his personal journal. "Dear God, I just want to get out." Shortly after writing those words, Richard and his diving partner, Victor Gill, put on their heavy diving gear and crawled into the dive bell. Before the bell was lifted by the crane, a deck worker noticed that the emergency location transponder mounted to the outside of the bell, which was designed to beam the bell's exact coordinates to the surface in an emergency, had become loose. Rather than delaying the dive to repair the mount, the decision was made to simply remove the transponder entirely. The bell was then swung over the side of the ship and lowered 485 feet down into the cold, dark waters of the North Sea. Once they reached the working depth, Richard and Victor opened the bottom hatch, and Richard slid out into the water to begin working on an underwater oil pipeline structure. A few hours into the shift, at around 2:45 a.m., Richard was working on the seabed when he heard a strange, heavy, metallic scraping sound behind him. He turned around and saw that the dive bell, which should have been hanging perfectly vertical, was tilting sharply on its side. At that exact moment, the radio in his helmet crackled to life. Victor, speaking from inside the bell, told Richard that there was a major emergency and that he needed to get back inside the dive bell immediately. Richard scrambled back to the bell, climbed through the bottom hatch, and sealed it shut. Over the radio, the surface crew explained that the main steel winch cable holding the dive bell had completely slipped off its drum. The main cable was gone, but the dive bell was still connected to the ship by the umbilical, a thick bundle of hoses and wires that provided their air, hot water, power, and communications. The umbilical was never designed to hold the weight of the massive steel dive bell. But at that moment, it was the only thing preventing the bell from sinking. The crew on the ship decided that their only option was to try and use the umbilical to slowly reel the dive bell back up to the surface. But the moment they began to apply tension, the heavy umbilical snapped under the immense weight. With its connection severed, the dive bell plummeted 50 feet through the darkness, slamming violently into the muddy ocean floor. Under normal safety regulations, a dive bell was equipped with a large heavy weight called a clump weight suspended beneath it. In an emergency, the divers inside could pull a manual release lever to drop the clump weight, making the bell buoyant so it would float back to the surface on its own. But Richard and Victor's diving company had cut corners to save money. Instead of using a releasable clump weight, they had bolted heavy lead weights directly to the frame of the dive bell itself. When the Bell hit the seafloor, it sank deep into the thick mud, completely blocking the bottom escape hatch. Richard and Victor were trapped inside. With the umbilical severed, the Bell had lost all power, heat, and communications. They were plunged into absolute pitch-black darkness, and the internal temperature began to drop rapidly toward freezing. They had a small emergency supply of oxygen, but it would only last for a limited time. All they could do was sit in the freezing dark and pray for a rescue. About 30 minutes after the accident, another dive support ship in the area arrived at the scene to assist. But because they had not been prepared for an active dive, it took their crew over 3 hours to get their rescue divers suited up and into the water. Even worse, because Richard and Victor's dive bell had its location transponder removed before the dive, the rescue divers had no way to track its position. They had to search the dark, muddy seabed blindly. After an hour of searching, a rescue diver finally spotted the dark shape of the lost bell. He swam over and shined his flashlight through one of the thick acrylic viewing ports. Inside, Richard and Victor shined their own emergency flashlights back, giving the rescue diver an enthusiastic thumbs up. They were cold, but they were alive and unharmed. The rescue diver communicated the good news back to the surface. Everyone on the ship felt an immense wave of relief. The company immediately called Richard's wife, telling her that there had been an accident, but that her husband had been found alive and would be brought up shortly. But the rescue was far from over. The surface ship carrying the rescue team was struggling to maintain its position in the rough North Sea waves, drifting back and forth. This made it incredibly difficult for the rescue divers to work on the seabed. For the next 2 hours, the divers desperately tried to attach a new recovery cable to the top of the lost bell. Through the window, they watched as Richard and Victor's condition began to deteriorate. The thumbs up and smiles were gone. The two men were shivering violently in the extreme cold, their breathing shallow as the oxygen levels inside the cramped bell began to deplete. Finally, at 9 p.m., 6 hours after the bell had first hit the bottom, the rescue divers managed to secure a new cable to the bell. Before giving the signal to hoist, a diver shined his light through the porthole one more time. Richard and Victor were sitting side by side, their heads resting in their hands. They looked incredibly weak, but they gave a slow, tired wave. The surface crew began winching the heavy cable. But as the dive bell was lifted off the muddy seabed, the sudden tension caused the new recovery cable to snap. The bell crashed back down into the mud. Up on the surface, a heavy silence fell over the crew. They knew that time was running out. Rescue divers went back down into the water. When they reached the bell, they shined their lights inside. Richard and Victor were still alive, but they were no longer looking at the window or trying to communicate. They were sitting slumped over, staring at the floor. It was clear they had realized that they were not going to be saved. For several more hours, the rescue team worked frantically in the dark, cold water, trying to thread a third cable through the bell's lifting eye. Each time a diver checked through the window, the two men inside had slumped lower and lower in their seats. Eventually, the third cable was successfully secured, and the winch slowly lifted the lost dive bell all the way back to the surface, swinging it onto the deck of the ship. But when the crew finally opened the heavy steel hatch, they found that both Richard Walker and Victor Gill had tragically succumbed to hypothermia and asphyxiation. Our fifth and final story takes us to the campus of Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana. It was January of 2007. Purdue is a highly prestigious American university, famous for its rigorous academic programs and its competitive athletic teams. Among the thousands of students returning to campus for the spring semester was a 19-year-old freshman named Wade Steffi. Wade was an exceptionally bright young man who was studying aviation technology on a prestigious full academic scholarship. He was tall, athletic, handsome, and incredibly popular, known for his friendly demeanor and his passion for flying. At around 7:20 p.m. on Friday, the 12th of January 2007, Wade walked into the Ford Dining Hall, which was one of the main dining areas on campus. It was the very first Friday of the new semester, and the dining hall was packed with students who were laughing, talking, and making plans for the weekend. Wade sat down at a table with a group of close friends, and they spent the next hour chatting about their classes and their weekend plans. At around 8:20 p.m., Wade stood up, said goodbye to his friends, cleared his tray, and walked out the door. He turned right and walked a very short distance to Owen Hall, a large student dormitory located next to the dining hall. Wade didn't live in Owen Hall. His own room was located in a different dorm called Carey Quad West, which was on the other side of the dining hall. But Wade had several friends who lived in Owen Hall, and he wanted to visit them. He went up to his friend's room, where a small group of students had gathered to hang out and have a few drinks before going out. Wade joined them, having a couple of alcoholic drinks and enjoying the relaxed, fun atmosphere. At around 9:30 p.m., Wade and his friends left Owen Hall and walked about half a mile off campus to a large party being held at a local fraternity house. The party was loud and crowded, and Wade spent several hours socializing and having a good time. But around midnight, he realized he had a problem. The temperature outside had dropped significantly, and he remembered that he had left his warm winter jacket back in his friend's room at Owen Hall. Wade decided to leave the party and walk back to Owen Hall to retrieve his jacket before heading to his own dorm. But there was a major obstacle. On Purdue's campus, all the student dormitories were locked late at night for safety. The only way to get inside was to swipe a student ID card that was registered to that specific building, or to have a resident open the door for you. As Wade began his walk back to Owen Hall, he pulled out his cell phone and tried to call his friends so they could come down and let him in. Between 12 a.m. and 12:30 a.m., Wade made 6 different phone calls. But because he was highly intoxicated, his coordination was off. 4 of the calls he dialed were wrong numbers. The strangers who answered had no idea who he was or what he wanted, and they quickly hung up. Wade did manage to dial the correct numbers for 2 of his friends who lived in Owen Hall, but both of them had their phones on silent and did not answer. At around 12:30 a.m., Wade arrived at the locked front doors of Owen Hall. He put his phone away and began knocking loudly on the heavy glass doors, hoping someone inside would hear him. A student who lived in Owen Hall happened to be walking through the lobby and heard the knocking. He walked over to the glass doors and looked out at Wade. The student didn't know Wade, and Wade didn't know him. After observing Wade for a moment, the student decided that Wade looked far too intoxicated to be let into the building late at night. Fearing he might cause trouble, the student refused to unlock the door, turned around, and walked away. Wade stood at the glass doors for a minute, knocking a few more times, but he eventually realized nobody was going to let him in through the front entrance. In his drunken state, he was determined to get his jacket, so he decided to walk around the exterior of the massive brick building to look for another way inside. Wade walked around to the dark left side of Owen Hall. As he searched the exterior walls, he spotted a metal door. Even though there were no warning signs or keep-out placards posted on the door, it was very obvious that this door was not intended for student use. The door was not located at ground level. Instead, it was built into the side of the building at basement level, inside a deep, rectangular concrete pit. A heavy metal safety railing was installed along the edge of the grass to prevent students and pedestrians from accidentally tripping and falling into the concrete pit. The only way to reach this door was to climb over the metal safety railing and jump down several feet into the concrete pit, landing on a slab of cement directly in front of the door. The door was supposed to be locked at all times, accessible only to maintenance staff who carried a master key. But when Wade, in his highly intoxicated state, climbed over the safety railing, jumped down into the pit, and pulled on the door handle, the door swung open. The lock had failed, or a worker had forgotten to secure it. Wade looked inside, but the space beyond the door was absolutely pitch black. He couldn't see a thing, but he could hear the deep, heavy hum of large electrical machinery running somewhere in the darkness. Wade believed that if he could just get inside this basement room, he would eventually find a stairwell or an interior door that would lead him up into the main corridors of Owen Hall, where he could go to his friend's room. Because the room was completely dark, Wade was worried that once he stepped inside and the heavy door closed behind him, he would be trapped in the pitch-black space, unable to find his way out. To prevent this, Wade slipped off one of his athletic shoes and wedged it tightly into the door frame, propping the heavy metal door open so that a sliver of light from the outside could shine into the room. With his shoe keeping the door open, Wade stepped into the dark room. He had only taken a few steps when his body bumped into a massive, solid metal structure. Because of the absolute darkness, he couldn't see what it was, but he could feel its cold metallic surface, and he could hear that this specific machine was the source of the loud, buzzing vibration echoing through the room. Wade decided to feel his way around the massive machine, hoping to find a path that led deeper into the building. He began shuffling to his left, keeping his hands pressed against the metal surface of the machine to guide himself. But the machine was incredibly wide, and as Wade reached its left edge, he realized that the space between the side of the machine and the solid brick wall of the room was extremely narrow. There was barely enough room for a person to fit. But Wade, driven by his single-minded goal of finding his jacket, turned his body sideways. With his back pressed against the brick wall and his chest facing the side of the buzzing machine, he began to squeeze his way into the tight gap. As he shuffled sideways through the narrow space in the pitch-black room, his hands were held up near his chest and face to protect himself. Suddenly, Wade lost his footing slightly. He didn't fall to the ground because his body was tightly wedged between the wall and the machine, but as he reached out with his hands to steady himself, his left hand brushed against the side of the machine. By a tragic, horrible stroke of bad luck, Wade's left ring finger slid directly into a tiny circular opening in the metal casing of the machine. The opening was only about 2 inches deep. The dark room Wade had entered was actually Owen Hall's high-voltage electrical vault, and the massive, buzzing structure he was squeezing past was one of 6 massive industrial electrical transformers that powered the entire dormitory. The purpose of these transformers was to take the extremely high-voltage electricity coming directly from the city's main power grid and step it down to a lower, safer voltage that could be distributed to the student rooms and study halls. While the exterior of these massive transformers was heavily insulated to prevent accidental electrocution, there were certain physical components that could not be covered. One of these components was a high-voltage electrical conductor located at the very back of the small 2-inch opening that Wade's finger had just slipped into. The moment the tip of Wade's finger made contact with the conductor, a massive electrical charge of between 2,000 and 4,000 volts instantly surged through his body. For comparison, the electric chairs used in state executions typically use around 2,000 volts to terminate a life. Wade died instantly. Because his body was tightly wedged in the extremely narrow gap between the transformer and the brick wall, his physical body did not collapse to the floor. Instead, Wade remained standing in a semi-upright position, his left finger still wedged inside the high-voltage opening. For the next 2 months, the massive electrical current continued to flow through his body every single second of every single day. When Wade's roommate returned to campus on Tuesday, January 16th, after a long holiday weekend, he immediately noticed that Wade was not in their room. He tried calling and texting him, but there was no response. After checking with other students on their floor and realizing nobody had seen Wade since Friday night, the worried roommate called Wade's parents. When they confirmed they hadn't heard from him either, the family contacted the Purdue University Police Department to report Wade missing. The police launched an immediate, massive investigation. They contacted Wade's cellular service provider and managed to determine that his cell phone was still active and transmitting a signal from somewhere on the Purdue campus, though the technology at the time was not precise enough to pinpoint his exact location. A massive campus-wide search was launched, involving hundreds of police officers, student volunteers, and professional search and rescue teams. The university's equestrian club even brought out their horses to search the dense woods surrounding the campus. On January 20th, 4 days into the search, a search team found Wade's missing shoe sitting in the concrete pit outside the basement maintenance door of Owen Hall. At some point after Wade had entered the room, the heavy door had shifted, and the shoe had slipped out of the frame, allowing the door to slam shut and lock. The police officers who found the shoe knew it belonged to Wade, and they realized that the door led into the basement electrical vault. To search the room, they did not climb into the pit. Instead, they walked inside Owen Hall, went down to the basement, and used a key to open an interior access door that led into the vault from the hallway. But when the officers opened the interior door, they simply stood in the doorway and shined their flashlights into the dark room. From their angle, the massive bulk of the electrical transformers completely blocked their view of the narrow gap along the far wall. They didn't see anyone, so they assumed the room was empty. They closed the door, locked it, and continued searching elsewhere. After nearly a month of searching with 0 leads, the official search for Wade Steffi was called off. On the 19th of March 2007, nearly 2 months after Wade had vanished, a university maintenance worker was working in the student laundry room in the basement of Owen Hall. As he was loading a machine, he heard a strange, loud popping sound echoing through the basement. The worker assumed the sound was coming from one of the industrial washing machines or dryers, perhaps a loose coin or a metal zipper hitting the inside of a spinning metal drum. He walked around the laundry room, placing his ear against each machine, but they were all running smoothly. A moment later, he heard the loud popping sound again, but this time he realized it was coming from the hallway outside. He walked out of the laundry room and stood in the corridor. The basement was quiet, but then the loud pop echoed again, coming from directly behind the heavy locked metal door opposite the laundry room. The worker pulled out his master ring of keys, unlocked the door, and stepped into the dark electrical vault. As he walked into the room, he was hit by a terrible, foul odor. He shined his flashlight around the massive transformers, following the sound and the smell, and eventually discovered Wade's body wedged in the narrow gap. The investigation revealed that over the 2 months, Wade's body had remained wedged against the transformer, his physical tissues had gradually dried out. Eventually, the electrical current could no longer flow smoothly through his body, and the thousands of volts of electricity began arcing through the air, snapping from his skin to the nearby metal grounding wires. The loud popping sound the maintenance worker had heard was the sound of massive electrical sparks jumping through the air. The discovery was absolutely devastating for Wade's family, his friends, and the entire Purdue community. Because the university had failed to ensure that the exterior door to the high-voltage electrical vault was properly locked, Purdue University was found to be highly negligent. The university eventually reached a legal settlement with Wade's family, agreeing to pay them $500,000, and they established a permanent academic scholarship in Wade's name to honor his memory. These 5 tragic stories remind us of a sobering truth about our existence. The line between a normal, happy life and a sudden, unimaginable tragedy is often incredibly thin. The people in these stories did not set out to lose their lives. They were mayors, popular high school athletes, loving fathers-to-be, dedicated professionals, and brilliant college students. They were people with families who loved them, friends who cherished them, and futures filled with promise. But in a single moment, a simple decision to seek an adventure, to take a shortcut, or to ignore a safety warning led them into environments where there was no room for error. Their stories leave us with a haunting sense of loss and a powerful reminder to cherish every moment, to respect the boundaries put in place to protect us, and to never take our safety for reference. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. In 2007, Brett Ryan was a 26-year-old man living in Toronto, Canada. And on the surface, he was the kind of person everyone wanted to be around. He was known for being exceptionally friendly, always smiling, this huge ear-to-ear grin that was practically his trademark. If you were looking for Brett in his spare time, you'd probably find him at a local children's hospital, sitting by a bedside, reading stories to sick kids. Or you might find him at the community center, volunteering his time to be an umpire for Little League baseball games. He was, by all accounts, a charming, stand-up guy who seemed to genuinely care about his community. But that was just the surface. Behind that perfect exterior, behind that constant smile, Brett was struggling, and he was struggling badly. He had recently dropped out of college, unable to finish his degree, and was now living back at home with his parents. The bigger problem was the debt. He had racked up over $60,000 in student loans and other expenses, and it hung over his head like a dark cloud. While all of his friends were graduating, starting their exciting careers in fields like medicine and finance and education, Brett was stuck. The only job he could find was as a part-time house painter. It was honest work, but it wasn't a career, and it barely paid enough to make a dent in his debt. Brett felt this immense pressure. He believed he had all this potential inside of him, that he was meant for something more than this, but he felt like he was just squandering it all away. And in his mind, the single biggest thing holding him back, the roadblock between him and the life he was supposed to be living, was that massive $60,000 debt. He obsessed over it. He felt trapped by it. And so, instead of just working hard, maybe getting a second job, and slowly chipping away at what he owed, Brett decided to come up with a plan. It was an absurd get-rich-quick scheme, a shortcut he thought would solve all his problems in one fell swoop. And the scary part is, it actually kind of worked. On October 20th of that year, Brett walked into a bank not far from his home. He had a plan, and he had a disguise. He had wrapped his head and parts of his face in hospital-style bandages. To complete the look, his left arm was in a sling held tightly against his chest. He walked calmly up to one of the tellers. He didn't say a word. Instead, he just handed her a note he had written. The note was simple and to the point. It said, "I have a gun underneath this sling. Give me $2,000. The teller read the note, her eyes went wide, and she did exactly as she was told. She very quickly gathered up all the money she had in her drawer, which ended up being a little over $1,000, and pushed it towards him. Brett took the cash, turned around, and as calmly as he had walked in, he walked right back out of the bank. He got in his car, drove home, and sat in his room, totally exhilarated. The adrenaline was pumping through his veins. He was half expecting to hear police sirens wailing in the distance, to see flashing lights pull up in front of his house at any moment. But they never did. He was never caught. And in that moment, sitting there with a pile of stolen cash, Brett was hooked. This, he thought, was the solution. For the next 8 months, Brett became a serial bank robber. He hit a dozen other banks in and around the Toronto area, stealing a total of almost $30,000. He became so confident, so sure of his ability to get away with it, that his disguises started to get more and more ridiculous. He stopped using the bandages and started dressing up in these strange outfits, the centerpiece of which was always this huge, bushy, and obviously fake beard. He became so known for this look that the local media started calling him the fake bearded bandit. The reason Brett kept getting away with it was actually pretty simple. The police would show up at the crime scenes and they would find his fingerprints. They had his prints on the notes he passed, on the doors, on the counters. But the problem was, Brett didn't have a criminal record. So when they ran his prints through their database, they got nothing back. His fingerprints were not in the system. The police were at a dead end. All they could really do was increase their patrols around local banks and hope to catch this guy in the act. And eventually, in the summer of 2008, their luck changed. They finally caught the fake bearded bandit. When Brett's case went to trial, something interesting happened. Dozens of his friends and family members wrote letters of support to the judge. They all said the same thing. This wasn't the Brett they knew. They described him as a great guy who was just a product of desperation. They said this crime spree was a total break from his normal character. Even some of the organizations where he had volunteered did the same thing. They wrote letters to the judge explaining what a meaningful contributor Brett was to the community, how he was always there to help out. Then, when Brett himself spoke at his trial, he was the picture of remorse. He told the court that he had allowed his debt to get totally out of control, that it had consumed him. He admitted that he had not handled it well at all. He apologized for his actions and seemed genuinely sorry for what he had done. And so the judge took all of this into account. He read the letters of support, he listened to Brett's apology, and he looked at this young man who seemed to have so much promise. The judge decided that this was indeed a break from character. He believed that Brett was a promising young man who had made a terrible mistake and that he did not deserve the harshest possible penalty. So, considering he had robbed 13 banks, Brett was sentenced to just under 4 years in prison. It was a very lenient sentence. Brett went to jail, but he didn't even serve the full 4 years. Less than 2 years later, in 2010, he was granted parole. He was allowed to move back in with his parents, who said he was a changed man, ready for a fresh start. But Brett would quickly find that life outside of jail was exponentially harder than it was before. Now, he was an ex-con. That label followed him everywhere. It was extremely hard for him to get a job, which meant he had no real income. And without an income, he couldn't pay down that debt that had started this whole mess in the first place. Eventually, he had no choice but to declare bankruptcy. Life at home was difficult too. His family was very embarrassed by what he had done. His crimes had been all over the news. When Brett moved back home, it became obvious that all the neighbors were gossiping about them. They would whisper when they saw the family outside. It was a constant source of shame. And so, eventually, Brett and his family decided to just move. They packed up and relocated to another neighborhood in Toronto just to get away from it all and try to start over. Once they settled into this new neighborhood, Brett seemed to really knuckle down. He decided he was going to get his life together and he was going to do it all on his own this time. He applied for dozens and dozens of jobs anywhere and everywhere he could. Finally, after countless rejections, he was able to get some low-paying work in retail. It wasn't the career he had dreamed of, but it was a start. He began working countless hours at this job, and his parents noticed. They saw how hard he was trying to get his life back on track. They were proud of him, and so they decided they would help him out. They offered to help him financially so he could re-enroll in college and finally finish his degree in biophysics. This was a huge turning point for Brett. While he was back in school, he met a woman named Kristen. She had a full-time job, she lived in a beautiful home, and she just seemed to have her life completely together. By and large, she was living the exact life that Brett wished he could have. The two of them quickly fell in love. Early in their relationship, Brett decided to tell her everything. He told her about his criminal past, about being the fake bearded bandit. He was terrified of how she would react, but she accepted him. She didn't judge him. She told him that she still loved him and still wanted to be with him. 2 years later, Brett moved out of his parents' house and into Kristen's beautiful home. And for the first time in a very long time, he felt like his life was finally going the way it was supposed to. He was in a loving relationship, he was on track to get his degree, and the future looked bright. But then, a year later, tragedy struck. Brett's father passed away. It was a devastating loss for the whole family. In the aftermath, Brett started spending all of his free time at his mother's house, trying to help her out with errands, chores, and just keeping her company. His mother was incredibly appreciative of all the time he was spending with her. And so she started paying him for the work he was doing around the house. For Brett, who was still a broke college student, this was a huge help. And in many ways, the shared grief and the time they spent together really brought Brett and his mother closer than ever. A year later, in 2015, Brett proposed to Kristen, and she said yes. They were getting married. But at the same time, school was getting overwhelming for Brett. The pressure was mounting, and he was falling behind. Eventually, he just stopped going. He dropped out of college for a second time. But he was too embarrassed to tell anyone. He couldn't tell his fiancée, he couldn't tell his mother, he couldn't tell any of his family. Everyone thought he was finally on the right path, that he had turned his life around. He couldn't bear to tell them he had failed again. And so he just pretended. He pretended to still be in school, talking about classes he wasn't taking and assignments he wasn't doing. Then, in the spring of 2016, right around the time Brett should have been graduating, he got what seemed like a very lucky break. A big tech firm in Toronto offered him a job. On paper, it made no sense. Brett shouldn't have gotten this job. He wasn't qualified, and he didn't have the degree he claimed to have. But somehow, he did. And in getting this job, Brett was able to weave the final piece into his intricate web of lies. He told his fiancée and his family that he had just graduated from college, and that was how he was able to land this amazing new job. His family and Kristen were a little confused why they weren't invited to his graduation ceremony, but they didn't push it. They were just so excited for him. They took him out to a fancy dinner, and they all celebrated his success. Then, just a week after Brett formally accepted the job, the tech firm called him back. They had done a more thorough background check, and they had discovered that Brett Ryan was in fact the infamous fake bearded bandit. They immediately rescinded their offer. Now, Brett panicked. This job was the perfect cover. It was the keystone that held his whole story together. It allowed him to pretend he had his degree, that he was successful, that everything was great. There was no way he could possibly tell his fiancée and his family that he had lost the job before he even started. And so he decided he wouldn't. He would just lie. He would pretend to go to this job every single day. Meanwhile, Brett's mom, so proud of her son, began bragging to all of her new neighbors. She would tell anyone who would listen about her wonderful son, Brett. She'd say he had really turned his life around. He graduated from college, he got this great job at a tech firm, he has a beautiful fiancée, he lives in a wonderful home. Everything was just going great for Brett. At first, Brett was able to push the guilt down, to shove it into the back of his subconscious, and just live this ridiculous lie. He would wake up every morning, put on a suit, kiss Kristen goodbye, and leave for a job he didn't have. He'd spend his days wandering around the city, sitting in coffee shops or libraries, just killing time until he could go home and pretend he'd had a long day at the office. But as his wedding day got closer and closer, the weight of all these lies, the crushing guilt he felt, it all became overwhelming. And on a practical level, he was terrified about how he was going to explain to his new wife why he had no income, despite supposedly having this great full-time job. He felt like he had no options. So he went to the one person he thought he could trust. He went to his mother. He sat her down and he told her everything. He confessed that he had dropped out of college again, that the job offer had been rescinded. He laid his whole web of lies bare. And then he asked her for two things. He said, "Can you please keep all of this a secret from Kristen? And also, can you give me a whole bunch of money so I can keep living this lie?" He expected her to help him, but she said no. Not only did she say no, she gave him an ultimatum. She said, "You need to tell your fiancé that you're lying, or I will." This was the absolute worst-case scenario for Brett. It was something he was not prepared for at all. He really truly believed his mom would just go along with it, that she would help him keep the deception going. But she didn't. And now he didn't know what to do. In his mind, if Kristen found out the truth, she would leave him. And that would completely shatter the perfect life he had so carefully constructed. And so he decided he would not tell Kristen. He couldn't. Instead, he decided he would kill his mother. Because he was an ex-con, he knew he couldn't legally buy a firearm. But he discovered he could buy a crossbow. So he went online and ordered one. When it arrived, he watched a couple of YouTube videos to figure out how to operate it. Then, on one of his regular trips to his mother's house to help out, he stashed the crossbow and a few arrows, which are called bolts, on a high shelf in her garage. He was putting his plan into motion. When he got home, he began building these bizarre contraptions in his office. They were made out of things he found around the house, like fans and pulleys and broomsticks. He engineered them so that when they were turned on, they would move around the room, they would click on his computer keyboard, and they would even turn his phone off and on periodically. The whole setup was designed to help him build an alibi. While he was out committing a murder, these devices would be active, turning his electronics on and off, giving the impression that he was at home the whole time. On the 25th of August 2017, all of his preparations were done. He woke up early that morning and he began getting ready for his fake job. At the same time, Kristen was also getting ready for her real job. Then, at around 7:30 inches the morning, when they were both ready to go, they hopped into their respective cars and headed out for the day. But Brett drove slowly. At the end of their street, he pulled over and waited, watching in his rearview mirror until Kristen's car disappeared around the corner. Once she was gone, Brett turned his car around and went right back to the house. He went up to his office and he turned on all of his bizarre alibi contraptions. He watched for a few minutes, making sure they were working correctly, clicking his keyboard, turning his phone on and off. Once he was confident that his alibi machines would work, he got back in his car and he drove over to his mother's house. He got there around 10 in the morning. He walked inside and his mother was sitting in the kitchen. He immediately approached her, trying one last time to change her mind about telling Kristen the truth. But his mother was staunch. She stood her ground. She said, "No, I'm going to tell her before your wedding, unless you do it first." Their exchange got really heated. It escalated into a full-blown argument. Before long, his mother had had enough. She picked up the phone and she called one of Brett's older brothers, a man named Chris. She asked him to come over to the house right away to talk to Brett to try to defuse the situation. Brett was furious. He stormed out of the kitchen and went to the door that led into the garage. He stormed inside, his plan now to get his crossbow down from the shelf. But his mother followed right after him, still arguing with him. Brett knew that the crossbow was not loaded. He had just stashed it up on the shelf. And he also knew that he wasn't very good at loading it. It was a clumsy process for him that would take several seconds to actually do. He thought to himself, the second I pull that crossbow down and start trying to load it, she's going to see the weapon and she's going to turn and run outside before I can get a shot off. And so when he reached up to the shelf, he didn't grab the crossbow. He grabbed the arrows. In one swift motion, he pulled them down, re-gripped one of them like it was a knife, turned to face his mother, and he began attacking her viciously. She stumbled backwards from the force of the attack, and a heavy storage shelf crashed down on top of her, pinning her to the garage floor. At that point, Brett saw his opportunity. He got up, grabbed a piece of nylon rope he found nearby, wrapped it around her neck, and he suffocated her. As soon as his mother was dead, Brett pulled her body out from under the shelf and dragged it to the side of the garage. He put the shelf back up where it belonged. And then he began loading his crossbow. He knew that his older brother, Chris, the one his mother had called, was going to be there any minute. And so he took the loaded crossbow and he hid behind the door that led from the kitchen into the garage, and he just waited. At some point, he heard Chris's car pull into the driveway. A few moments later, Chris walked into the house. Brett could hear him yelling for his mom, yelling for Brett, but he didn't get a response. Eventually, Chris made his way to the open door leading into the garage. He stepped inside. And as soon as he crossed the threshold, Brett silently rose up from his hiding spot behind him, aimed the crossbow, and fired one shot directly into the back of his brother's neck, killing him instantly. Brett took Chris's body and piled it on top of his mother's. He was in the process of putting a tarp over top of them when he heard another car pulling into the driveway. He looked out and saw it was his younger brother, AJ. At this point, Brett knew he was in too deep. He felt he had to finish the job. But he didn't have time to reload the crossbow. And so again, he just grabbed one of the arrows. He walked outside into the driveway and he saw AJ getting out of his car. Brett ran up to him without a word and he jabbed the arrow into his brother's neck. A struggle ensued. The two brothers were fighting for their lives right there in the driveway. Meanwhile, another one of Brett's brothers, Lee, who had actually been in the house sleeping the whole time, woke up to the sound of all the commotion outside. He looked out his window and he saw his two brothers fighting in the driveway. He had no idea what was going on, but he ran downstairs and rushed outside. By the time he got out there, AJ was lying on the ground and he was basically motionless. Brett was standing over him. Brett then turned and he saw Lee standing in the doorway. He locked eyes with his brother and then he ran right at him. Lee saw his brother charging at him armed with an arrow and he just turned and ran back into the house. But he only got a few feet before Brett caught up to him and jumped on top of him. The two of them then had this vicious fight inside the house. Brett was trying to stab Lee with the arrows, and they were both fighting for their lives. At some point, after Lee had already suffered several very deep cuts, he managed to gather all his strength and throw Brett off of him. Lee scrambled to his feet and ran back outside. He ran to his brother AJ, who had somehow managed to crawl all the way to the street. In fact, AJ had even managed to flag down a neighbor and had gotten that neighbor to call the police. As for Brett, after Lee had managed to fight him off and run outside, he knew it was over. He knew he was done. And so instead of chasing his brother outside, he just stopped. He put his arrow down. He calmly walked into the kitchen, he opened up the fridge, and he took a bottle of water out. He left the fridge door wide open. Then he just walked out to the front steps of the house, sat down, and drank his water while he waited for the police to show up. When they did arrive, it was too late for his brother AJ. He died before they could save him. As police were arresting Brett, he was strangely calm and casual. He said to one of the officers, "Yeah, I should have taken AJ to the hospital. I could have saved him." And then he just added, "The other guys in the garage are dead. Crossbow to the head. It was me." In court, Brett was extremely remorseful and pled guilty to all of his charges. The judge told Brett that he was appreciative of the fact that he was taking full ownership of his heinous crimes. The judge even said that in many ways he believed Brett was a victim too, a victim of this huge tangled web of lies that he just couldn't get out from under. But nonetheless, Brett was a triple murderer. He was given 3 consecutive life terms, one for each of the murders he committed. The only surviving family member from that day was Lee, the brother who was attacked last and managed to run outside and escape. He later said that his life was completely shattered that day. He said that he can now barely go outside because of his extreme post-traumatic stress. He is forever haunted by the day his brother decided that a lie was more important than their family. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. In the very early hours of the 27th of March 2003, a 4-year-old boy was lying in his bed in rural Ohio. He suddenly heard his bedroom door creak open. Now, he was used to this sound. He figured it was just his great-grandparents, the people he lived with, coming in to check on him like they sometimes did. And so, he's a little kid. He just squeezed his eyes shut and pretended to be sound asleep. But he could hear the distinct sound of footsteps making their way across his bedroom. He heard the old floorboards groaning under someone's weight. And then the footsteps stopped right next to his bed. The silence was heavy. Curious, the little boy couldn't help himself. He slowly, carefully opened his eyes, just a tiny crack, and what he saw standing over him was not his great-grandparents. It was a huge green monster. On the evening of Wednesday, the 26th of March 2003, a 55-year-old woman named Linda Myers was driving her car down a quiet 2-lane road in Darke County, Ohio. Darke County was the kind of place where towns were small and separated by vast stretches of farmland. It was peaceful, predictable. As Linda drove, the sun was beginning to set, casting a warm orange glow over the empty fields. She was on her way home from the pizza shop that she and her husband, Jack, owned in a nearby town. It was a place they had built together, a source of pride for them both. Eventually, Linda turned off the paved road and onto a long gravel driveway. This path led to the sprawling 40-acre farm where she and Jack lived. It was their sanctuary, a place far removed from the noise of the world. She parked her car outside their old, charming farmhouse. Before getting out, she reached into the back seat and grabbed a vinyl deposit bag. It was heavy with the cash and checks from the day's sales at the pizza shop. She stepped out of the car, and the quiet of the countryside washed over her. The farm was so isolated that she couldn't hear any passing cars or the distant sounds of neighbors. The only noises were the gentle bleating of their sheep in a nearby pasture and the familiar intermittent buzz of power tools coming from the barn. Jack was working on something again. She walked around to the back of the barn, and sure enough, there he was. Jack was hunched over the engine of a beat-up old car, his hands covered in grease. He and Linda had been married for about 7 years. This was Linda's third marriage, but with Jack, it felt different. It felt right. She truly believed he was her soulmate. Jack was a man who couldn't sit still. In addition to co-owning the pizza shop with Linda, he also worked a full-time job at a local manufacturing plant. And on top of all that, he had a side business restoring classic cars. It was his passion. So it was no surprise to Linda to find him out here, tinkering with an engine as the sun went down. Sitting in the grass right beside the car, playing with a heavy wrench, was Linda's 4-year-old great-grandson, Damien. The moment Damien saw Linda approaching, his face lit up with a huge smile. He dropped the wrench, scrambled to his feet, and ran over to her, wrapping his small arms around her legs in a big hug. Seeing Damien's smile always made Linda feel a mix of joy and a little bit of sadness. It was a bittersweet feeling. Damien was the son of Linda's granddaughter, Amber. But Amber had become pregnant when she was only 14 years old. She was just a child herself and in no position to raise a baby. So Linda and Jack, without a second thought, had offered to take Damien in. They said they would raise him for a few years, just until Amber could finish high school and get her life on a stable track. It was supposed to be a temporary arrangement. Of course, the situation wasn't perfect. There were complications. One of the biggest problems was Damien's biological father. He was furious about the custody agreement. He felt he had been completely cut out of his son's life. Even now, 4 years later, he would still argue with Linda. He would accuse her of keeping him from his son. But Linda had her reasons. She had seen too many young fathers make promises and then disappear. She was terrified that he would come into Damien's life only to abandon him later. She couldn't bear the thought of her great-grandson going through that kind of heartbreak. So she stood firm. She didn't want him around Damien at all. Besides, Damien would have another father figure in his life soon enough. In the last couple of years, Amber had really turned her life around. She had finished school, she had met a wonderful new man, and they had gotten married. They were building a life together. And their plan was that as soon as Damien finished his current year of preschool, in just a couple of months, they were going to take him in and raise him on their own. Linda was incredibly proud of Amber. She had watched her granddaughter grow from a scared teenager into a responsible young woman. But at the same time, the thought of Damien leaving brought a pang of sadness. She and Jack were going to miss him terribly. They loved him with all their hearts. In every way that mattered, he was their son. Linda could see that Jack was deep in concentration, focused entirely on the car's engine. She knew he didn't like to be interrupted when he was in the zone. So she just said a quick hello to him, then scooped Damien up into her arms and carried him over to the farmhouse. She opened the back door, set the little boy down on the floor, and told him to go wash his hands and get ready for dinner. Then Linda walked into the kitchen. She went into the adjoining dining room and casually dropped the deposit bag from the pizza shop onto one of the chairs. The bag was full of that day's cash. Her plan was simple. She would take it to the bank first thing in the morning. Linda pulled out a pan and started cooking dinner. It wasn't long before her husband Jack came inside, his hands and arms streaked with car grease. He walked over to the kitchen sink to wash up. While the water ran, Linda came up behind him and started asking him about his day. Jack just grumbled in response. He was clearly agitated about something. He started complaining about a customer he'd sold a car to the previous year. The man had bought it on a payment plan, but had now missed 3 payments in a row. Jack said he was going to have to drive out to the man's house the next day and repossess the car. It was a hassle he didn't need. Linda could see how tense Jack was. His shoulders were tight, his voice was strained, but she knew it wasn't really about the missed car payment. That was just a small annoyance. The truth was, Jack had been on edge for the past week, ever since he had a huge argument with his 25-year-old son, Greg. Greg had always been a shy, mild-mannered kid. He was incredibly close with his dad. In fact, Greg had been the best man at Jack and Linda's wedding 7 years ago. But recently, Greg's life had started to unravel. He was going through a messy divorce. He was struggling with drinking and drug abuse. He'd been missing shifts at his job. Things were not going well for him. And so, earlier that month, Greg had come to the farm. He had asked Jack for money. He said his house was about to be foreclosed on and he needed help. But Jack had decided to practice tough love. He had drawn a line in the sand and said no. He told Greg that if he wanted to keep his house, he needed to clean up his act, stop the substance abuse, and get back to work. He wasn't just going to hand him money to enable his bad habits. This, of course, had led to a massive fight between them. Words were exchanged that couldn't be taken back. And now, Linda had a strong feeling that Jack was genuinely worried. He was afraid that he had done real, permanent damage to his relationship with Greg. He was scared that their relationship might be broken beyond repair. And this fear was rooted in past experience. Something very similar had happened with Jack's other son, Travis. About 7 years earlier, when Travis was 21, he and Jack had gotten into a terrible argument. It was so bad that Travis packed his bags, moved out, and they hadn't spoken a single word to each other since. 7 years of silence. Linda was sure that Jack was now terrified that the same thing was about to happen with Greg. He couldn't bear the thought of losing both of his sons. So, while Jack stood at the sink washing the grease from his hands, Linda gently rubbed his shoulders. She told him not to worry so much about Greg. She said Greg had a good head on his shoulders, deep down. He was just going through a rough patch and needed a little nudge to get back on track. That's all Jack had done. He had given him that nudge. She reassured him, telling him he had made the right call. She said Greg would get through this and would come to understand his father's decision sooner or later. After that, Linda set the table and she called the family to dinner. A little while later, after they had all eaten and cleaned up the kitchen, Linda glanced up at the clock on the wall. She realized it was getting late. Damien had preschool in the morning, and she didn't want him to be tired and grumpy. She scooped the little boy up and carried him to his room upstairs to get him ready for bed. She helped him change into his pajamas. She helped him brush his teeth. Then she tucked him into his bed, gave him a kiss goodnight, and quietly closed his bedroom door. Linda went back downstairs, and before long, she and Jack were getting ready for bed too. Soon, Linda was in their bedroom on the first floor. She had turned on a small lamp on her nightstand. She changed into her own pajamas and crawled under the covers. Once Jack was settled in beside her, she reached over and turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. And within minutes, they both fell asleep. But several hours later, in the dead of night, Linda was violently woken up by a horribly loud noise. It was a deafening crack that echoed through the silent farmhouse. She sat bolt upright in bed, her heart pounding in her chest. She looked around, disoriented. When her eyes finally adjusted to the darkness, she saw a figure in the room. And she gasped. The next morning, at a church just a mile down the road from Linda and Jack's house, a preschool teacher was getting her classroom ready for the day. As the children began to arrive, she noticed there was an empty chair. One of her students, 4-year-old Damien Huffman, was late. This wasn't entirely unusual. She knew Damien's great-grandparents led very busy lives. They owned a business, Jack had another job, they ran a farm. She just figured they were running a bit behind schedule that morning. So she started the class, hoping they would drop Damien off before he missed too much of the day's activities. About an hour later, at 9:30 in the morning, she was leading the class in their morning sing-alongs. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open and Damien came sprinting inside. At first, the teacher was just relieved to see him. But then she got a closer look. Damien looked frazzled. He was out of breath, his face was pale. He wasn't carrying his little backpack. And he was still wearing his pajamas. And then she saw it. There was a smear of something dark and brown on the front of his pajama shirt. She quickly ran over to him and knelt down. As she got closer, she realized with a jolt that the brown spot was dried blood. The teacher asked Damien what was going on, where his great-grandparents were. He looked up at her with a scared, confused expression on his little face, and he told her that his great-grandparents' faces were melting. About 15 minutes after that, a police sergeant named Mark Whitaker, along with his partner, was driving his cruiser down a secluded road toward a farmhouse in rural Ohio. Sergeant Whitaker had been a detective with the Darke County Sheriff's Department for 5 years. He was the head of the investigative unit. So, when the department got a very strange 911 call that morning from a local preschool, he was the one sent out to investigate. The call had been routed from the preschool teacher. She had explained that a 4-year-old student named Damien Huffman had shown up for school alone, covered in what looked like blood, out of breath, and saying something very strange about his great-grandparents' faces melting. The teacher identified the great-grandparents as Linda and Jack Myers and gave the police their address. Now, Whitaker had no idea what a 4-year-old boy could possibly mean by melting faces. He didn't know what kind of situation he and his partner were about to walk into when they arrived at the farm. But he had a gut feeling that it was not going to be good. They pulled up to the farm and parked at the end of the long gravel road. When Whitaker got out of his car, the first thing he noticed was how eerily quiet it was. It was a profound silence. There was another farmhouse just across the road and a few more scattered on the horizon, but otherwise they were surrounded by nothing but empty fields stretching in every direction. Whitaker started walking towards the front door of the farmhouse. As he got closer, he saw that the front door was already standing wide open. He scanned the doorframe and the lock. There were no clear signs of a forced entry, no splintered wood or pry marks. But nonetheless, seeing an open door at a potential crime scene set off alarms. Whitaker and his partner reflexively drew their weapons. They stepped carefully across the threshold and into the house. Whitaker began calling out, announcing their presence, asking if anybody was home, but his voice was met with only silence. There was no response. From where he was standing in the entryway, he could see another open door inside the house. This one led to a set of stairs that went down, presumably to a basement. Whitaker decided to ignore the basement for now. Standard procedure was to clear the main living areas first. So, he and his partner continued clearing the first floor. They moved cautiously into the kitchen. Once they were sure it was empty, they continued down a hallway until they found a doorway that led into a bedroom. And when Whitaker stepped inside that bedroom, he found Damien's great-grandparents, Jack and Linda Myers. They were lying in their bed, side by side. And he could tell immediately from the amount of blood and the stillness of their bodies that they were both dead. Jack was lying on his stomach. Whitaker could see a large, devastating bullet wound on the back of his neck. As for Linda, she was lying on her back. She had multiple gunshot wounds, one to her face and another to her hand. It looked as if she had raised her hand in a desperate, final attempt to defend herself before she was shot. At this point, Whitaker and his partner did a full, systematic search of the rest of the house, upstairs and down, just to make sure the shooter was no longer there. The house was empty. The two officers returned to the bedroom to begin the grim task of investigating the bodies and the immediate scene. Whitaker put on a pair of latex gloves. He gently touched the wound on Linda's face. The blood was still warm and wet to the touch. Based on this, he figured they had likely only been dead for a few hours at most. He scanned the floor around the bed, looking for shell casings. He didn't see any. This was significant. It meant the killer had taken the time to go through the trouble of picking them up afterward. They were trying to cover their tracks to remove evidence. Then, Whitaker's partner called his attention to something strange. It was a weird, plasticky bundle lying on a pillow near Jack's head. Whitaker carefully picked it up. He saw that it was a piece of thick quilting fabric that had been wadded up and was covered in layers of masking tape. It was a crude, homemade object. His best guess, based on his experience, was that it was a homemade gun silencer. The killer had likely taped it to the end of their gun barrel to try and muffle the sound of the gunshots. And it must have been blown off at some point when they actually started shooting. This immediately raised a question in Whitaker's mind. If this was a silencer, why would a killer even need one? They were so far out in the middle of nowhere. The nearest neighbor was a good distance away. But then, Whitaker left the bedroom and went up the flight of stairs to the second floor. He went into the room that was located directly above where the murders had taken place. He opened the door and found a child's bedroom. It was full of stuffed animals and toy trucks. It was obviously Damien's room. And it was at that moment that Whitaker had a chilling realization. The killer must have known there was going to be a toddler sleeping right upstairs when they committed this crime. They needed the silencer not to hide the sound from the neighbors, but to avoid waking the child in the house. This detail shifted everything. It meant that the killer almost certainly knew Jack and Linda personally. This was not a random act of violence. Within minutes, more officers from the Darke County Sheriff's Office began to arrive, swarming the property. Whitaker went outside to supervise the expanding scene. Pretty quickly, a forensics officer called him over to look at something they had found. It was a set of clear footprints in the soft mud next to the house. Whitaker followed the trail of footprints. They led around the side of the house to a small basement window. The window pane itself had been carefully pried off and was lying on the ground, leaving an open hole that was just big enough for a person to squeeze through. Whitaker crouched down and peered through the open space. He could see that inside there was a set of stairs leading up to the main part of the house. He realized this must have been how the killer got inside. And it also explained why, when they had first entered the house, they had seen the door to the basement standing wide open. This discovery only made Whitaker more certain that this crime had to have been committed by somebody close to the couple. The killer knew the layout of the house. They knew about the basement window. Whitaker told the forensics officer to make a plaster cast of the footprints. With any luck, they could figure out the exact type and size of shoe the killer was wearing. As Whitaker stood back up, he noticed something else. The telephone lines that ran along the side of the house had been cut. The wires were cleanly severed. The killer had clearly planned this attack ahead of time. They had made sure that nobody inside this house would be able to call for help. Just then, a truck pulled up at the end of the long driveway. A woman got out and started walking cautiously toward the house. Whitaker quickly went over to intercept her to stop her from getting too close to the active crime scene. He asked her what she needed. She explained that she was a neighbor who lived at the next property over. She said she had seen all the police cars coming down the road and didn't know what was going on, but she felt she had some information that they might find useful. The neighbor said that around 4:30 that morning, she had been awake and had seen a minivan leaving the Myers farm. It had been too dark for her to see the color of the vehicle, but it had stuck out in her mind because, as far as she knew, the Myers did not own a minivan. Hearing this, Whitaker realized that this woman may have seen the killer leaving the property. And if that was true, it meant the murders most likely happened sometime before 4:30 in the morning. This was a potentially crucial piece of the timeline. He thanked the neighbor for her help. After she left, he went back inside the house to look for more clues. He was trying to piece together a motive. He felt strongly that whoever had done this knew Linda and Jack. But that didn't automatically explain why. There could be any number of reasons for the attack. Maybe it was a robbery that went wrong. Maybe it was an act of personal revenge. He just didn't know. But as he began walking through the house again, he found that deposit bag full of cash sitting in plain sight in the dining room. This was a major discovery. It strongly suggested that this was not a robbery. A thief would certainly have taken a bag full of cash. He also noted that there were some fairly expensive electronics in the living room, a television and a stereo system, that also had not been touched. So, the robbery theory seemed to be off the table. But when Whitaker went back upstairs to take a closer look at the toddler's bedroom, he noticed something odd. On the child's bedding, there was a small little red stain. It looked like a spot of dried blood. While the forensics teams were still meticulously combing over the farmhouse, another investigator who had been assigned to the case, a man named Detective Mike Burns, went to the local preschool. His goal was to speak to 4-year-old Damien. Burns was a father himself, and he felt an immediate wave of empathy and connection to this little boy, who at this point looked terrified and completely bewildered by everything that was happening. He knew it was going to be incredibly difficult for Damien to talk about something so traumatic. But Damien was the only potential witness. He was in the house when his great-grandparents were killed. Speaking to him was the police's best chance at figuring out what had happened. So, Burns sat down on the floor with Damien inside a quiet, private room at the school. He spoke in a soft, gentle voice. He asked him to explain what had happened that morning. Damien, speaking in the simple, direct way that a 4-year-old does, said he had woken up around 8:45 in the morning. The house had been very, very quiet. So, he got out of his bed and went into his great-grandparents' bedroom. He said that both of them were in the bed. At first, he thought they were just sleeping. But when he tried to wake them up, they wouldn't move. Then he realized there was blood on their faces. He said he had tried to wipe the blood off with some Kleenex wipes he found, but there was so much of it. He realized then that something was very, very wrong. He thought for a second that their faces were melting. And so, in a panic, thinking he had to save his great-grandparents, he had run the full mile all the way down the road to his preschool to get help. Burns was amazed that this 4-year-old child could remember and articulate so much about such a horrifying experience. But he was also very grateful. The child's story explained why there was blood on Damien's pajama shirt. However, it did not explain the other mystery, why they had also found that small spot of blood on Damien's own bed. So Burns asked Damien if he had gone back into his own room at any point after finding his great-grandparents. But Damien shook his head and said no. He said he had gone straight out the front door and ran to his school. Burns felt there had to be more to the story. Otherwise, he just couldn't explain how a drop of blood wound up in Damien's room. So, he brought over a dollhouse and some small figures. He asked Damien to act out everything that had happened the night before, using the toys to represent himself and his great-grandparents. Damien picked up the toy that represented himself and put it into the bed in one of the dollhouse rooms. Then he put the figures for Jack and Linda into the bed in the other room. He said everybody went to sleep at their normal bedtimes. But then he said that later, in the middle of the night, he heard his bedroom door open. He said somebody came inside. Burns asked Damien who it was. Damien paused for a long moment, and then he said, "The Green Monster." At first, Burns wasn't sure what to make of this. He wondered if Damien was just letting his imagination run wild, or maybe describing a nightmare he'd had. But then, Damien set the toys down. To represent the Green Monster, he used his own fingers. He made his fingers crawl like a spider across the floor of the dollhouse, moving toward Damien's bed. Damien explained that he had heard the door to his room open. He had opened his eyes just a tiny little bit, but he didn't want to let on that he was fully awake. So, he was just squinting his eyes. And he said when he did that, he saw the Green Monster standing right next to his bed. And the Green Monster was pointing a gun at him. Damien was so terrified, he said he slammed his eyes shut and just pretended to be fast asleep. And then, he said when he opened his eyes again, the Green Monster was gone. After hearing this, Burns realized that Damien's recollection was almost certainly not a dream. It was too specific, too real. More likely than not, Damien had come face to face with the person who killed his great-grandparents. They were the Green Monster. After leaving the preschool, the next priority for Detective Burns was to speak to Damien's mother, 19-year-old Amber Holscher. The detective drove out to Amber's house, which was in a nearby town. When he rang the doorbell, she answered it right away. At this point, no one in the family had been officially notified about the murders. So, Amber seemed to have no idea why a detective would be standing on her doorstep. Burns knew this was going to be difficult, so he gently said to her that he needed to come inside and speak with her. Confused, Amber agreed and let him in. They sat down together in her living room. Then Burns, as gently as he could, told her that her grandparents, Linda and Jack Myers, were no longer with them. But when Amber heard this, she just looked confused. She asked what he meant. Where had they gone? So Burns took a deep breath, and he clarified. He told her that they were deceased. The word hung in the air. Amber looked completely shocked. Her face went white. The first words out of her mouth were, "Is Damien dead too?" But Burns quickly reassured her. No, he said. He's alive. He's safe. But he explained that Damien was going to be kept in protective custody for a while. They were concerned that whoever killed Jack and Linda might try to come back and hurt him too. And until they had narrowed down the suspects, Damien would not be allowed to see anybody in the family, and that included her, his own mother. At this point, Amber just broke down and began to cry. Burns felt terrible for her, but his mind was racing. He was thinking about Damien. He knew he had to solve this case as quickly as humanly possible. Every day that went by unsolved would be another day that this little boy would have to spend alone in the system without any family to comfort him after what he'd been through. Based on Amber's genuine shock and immediate concern for her son, and the fact that Damien had not mentioned seeing his mother on the night of the murder, Burns thought it was highly unlikely that Amber was a suspect, but she might know something that could help the investigation. So, once she had calmed down a bit, Burns asked her if she knew of anyone who might have wanted to hurt her grandparents. And right away, she nodded. The first person she mentioned was Damien's father, Andrew Huffman. She said Andrew hated Linda because Linda wouldn't let him see Damien. She told the detective that, in fact, just recently, Andrew had shown up at Linda's pizza shop and started a huge fight with her right there in public about custody. The argument had escalated to the point where Andrew had publicly threatened to kill Linda. This obviously caught Burns's attention in a big way. It was a clear and direct threat. It also made perfect sense as a motive. If Linda and Jack were out of the way, Andrew would have a much easier path to getting custody of Damien. So he thanked Amber for her time and promised he would be in touch with any updates. As soon as he was back in his car, he called Sergeant Whitaker and told him everything he had just learned. Later that same day, Whitaker and his partner made the 2-hour drive to Andrew's address in Newport, Kentucky. When they arrived, Andrew quickly came to the door and let them inside. They all sat down, and Andrew looked at them, clearly wondering what was going on. They told him that Linda and Jack had been murdered. And they watched Andrew's face very carefully for his reaction. He seemed very surprised by the news, but he definitely did not seem upset or sad. Andrew then freely admitted that he did not get along with Amber's family at all. And when Whitaker asked him about the big argument at the pizza shop, Andrew didn't deny it. He admitted that he had, in the heat of the moment, threatened to kill Linda. But he swore he would never actually do it. He said it was just an empty threat, something he said out of anger and frustration. Still, Whitaker thought Andrew looked very suspicious. His demeanor was off. So he asked him for an alibi. Andrew said he had stayed over at a girl's house on the night of the murder. And in the morning, he had stopped by his dad's house for a bit and then had gone straight to his job. He said they could ask all of those people, and they would all confirm where he was. Whitaker wrote all of this information down. He asked Andrew a few more questions and then thanked him for his time. As soon as the detectives left Andrew's apartment, they immediately went to go check on his alibi. they went to the woman's house. Then they went to Andrew's dad's house. And then they also went to his place of work. And to their disappointment, everybody at all three locations confirmed Andrew's story. They all backed up his alibi. So, unless all of them were lying for him, it left no window of time where Andrew could have possibly driven 2 hours away to Ohio, murdered Jack and Linda, and then driven 2 hours back. Whitaker was disappointed. They had basically wasted most of the day chasing a lead that now looked like it wasn't going to go anywhere. And all the while, he was thinking about that little boy, Damien, who was all alone, waiting for them to find the person who had turned his world upside down. The following morning, Detective Burns, the same officer who had spoken to Damien and his mother Amber, was sitting inside his office feeling very frustrated. He had one main goal for the day. He wanted to find and interview Jack's estranged son, the 28-year-old Travis Myers. But it was looking like that was going to be much harder than he had anticipated. The day before, a number of sheriff's deputies had fanned out and interviewed Linda and Jack's family members and friends. And several family members in particular had mentioned that Travis and his father Jack had some very bad blood between them. When Burns had dug into the files on Travis, he found out that Travis also had a criminal record. But there was a big problem. It appeared that Travis hadn't even been in the state of Ohio for the last 7 years. The last anyone in the family had heard, he had moved to Arizona to live with his mother. But when Burns had called the mother that morning, she said that she actually didn't know where Travis was at all. And there was no other current address on record for Travis. So, Burns basically had no idea where he was. He began to wonder how he was going to track this man down. He decided the best place to start would be by visiting Travis's younger brother, Jack's other son, whose name was Greg. Burns knew from the case file that Greg lived only a few towns over. And even though he wasn't sure how close the two brothers were, especially after so many years, it was the only lead he really had. A little while later, Burns showed up at Greg's house and knocked on the front door. A moment later, a young man wearing a baseball cap answered. He looked exhausted, and his eyes were red and swollen, as if he'd been crying. Burns asked if he was Greg Myers. The young man nodded and stepped aside to let him in. Greg did not seem remotely surprised to see a detective at his door. He said the police had already contacted him the night before to tell him about the murder of his father and stepmother. And ever since that phone call, he said he'd just been sitting at home waiting for somebody to come by and talk to him. He'd seen enough TV crime shows to know that family members were always the first suspects. But when they got into the living room, Burns stopped in his tracks. There was another young man standing in the doorway, and he looked a lot like Greg. Burns asked who it was. And Greg said, "Oh, that's my brother Travis." Burns couldn't believe his luck. He had come here just hoping to get a clue about where Travis might be. He never imagined he would just find Travis standing right there in Greg's house. This was a huge development. Up until this moment, Burns had no idea if Travis was even in the state at the time of the murders. But Greg would go on to tell him that Travis had actually been back in Ohio for the past several weeks. He was staying in an apartment that he had rented right nearby. Burns immediately thought the timing seemed incredibly suspicious. It just seemed way too convenient that Travis had decided to come back into town for the first time in almost a decade, right before his estranged father and stepmother were killed. It just felt too perfect. And also, at this point, it just seemed really strange that these two brothers were just standing there together, as if they were waiting for the police to come and question them. Something about the whole scene just felt off. So Burns, operating on a gut instinct, told them both that in order to question them properly, they would actually need to come with him down to the station and do it formally there. Less than an hour later, Detective Burns opened the door of the Darke County Sheriff's Office and showed Greg and Travis Myers inside. Now, neither of the brothers was under arrest yet, but Burns had a strong feeling that by the end of their interviews, one or even both of them could be. Burns took Greg into his own office for questioning, while Burns's partner took Travis into a separate interview room down the hall. As soon as Greg sat down in the chair in front of the desk, Burns noticed that he wasn't making eye contact with him. He was shifting in his seat, acting shifty. But pretty quickly, Greg said that he was perfectly willing to tell the detectives anything they wanted to know if it could help them solve his dad and stepmother's murders. And so Burns immediately began asking questions. He asked Greg where he was and what he was doing in the early hours of Thursday morning when Jack and Linda were killed. Greg told him that for the most part, he was just at home, asleep. That is, until about 4:30 in the morning, when he got up to go to his job at a factory that was a few towns over. He also said his girlfriend was at home with him the whole night, and she could confirm that. He then said he drove to work in his minivan. He clocked in at 5:23 in the morning, and he even had a signed time card back at his house that would prove it. Burns was immediately very interested to learn that Greg drove a minivan. He remembered that the neighbor had said she saw a minivan leaving the Myers farm around 4:30 on the morning of the murders, suggesting the killer drove a minivan. However, as Burns thought about it more, he started to realize that even if Greg's alibi were a little shaky or didn't check out perfectly, the timing alone likely ruled him out as the primary suspect. It seemed basically impossible for him to drive from his house at 4:30 in the morning, when he said he left, go all the way to the farm, commit the murders, then drive all the way to the factory, and still be able to clock in at 5:23 in the morning, the time stamped on his card. There just wasn't enough time to do all of that. And also, pretty much everyone in the family had told the detectives that Greg was quite close with his father Jack and his stepmother Linda. Now, he was having some serious problems with drugs and alcohol, but he had no prior history of crime or violence. None of his family members thought he seemed capable of being a killer. So, even though Greg remained a person of interest, Burns decided he would shift the main focus of his investigation to the other brother, Travis. So Burns asked Greg how Travis had reacted when he heard about Jack and Linda's murders. Greg said Travis had been upset, but that he'd mostly just been concerned about how Greg himself was coping because Greg was the one who was much closer to Jack and Linda. Travis was estranged. Greg went on to say that it had been at least 7 years since Travis and his father had spoken a single word to each other, and that those two did not get along at all. Burns asked Greg about the details of that falling out between Jack and Travis. Greg said it all came down to business disagreements on the farm. He said Travis had felt like his father was cheating him out of money. They had a huge argument that got really ugly. So, Travis had just quit the business, packed his bags, and moved away. Burns thought about this. He wondered if maybe Travis stood to inherit any money if his father died. Because if so, that would definitely be a solid motive for murder. And so Burns made 2 mental notes for himself. One was to follow up and verify Greg's alibi, just in case. And the other was to look into Jack's will to see how his assets were going to be divided up between his 2 sons. After that, he thanked Greg for his cooperation, told him to wait in his office, and then Burns left the room. He went right down the hall, and he waited outside the door while his partner finished questioning Travis. Burns's partner would later say that Travis had seemed really nervous from the very moment he stepped inside the interview room. The detective had asked him what he was doing back in Ohio after all these years. Travis said he'd just been reevaluating his life recently, and he'd realized that he'd never actually met his brother Greg's children, his own nieces and nephews. So, he'd come back to Ohio to do just that and spend some time with them. Then, the detective asked him what he was doing on the night that Jack and Linda were killed. And Travis stuttered out that he was sleeping in his apartment. The detective asked him if he had anybody who could confirm that alibi. Travis kind of hesitated for a moment and then shook his head and said no. Then the detective asked Travis if he had a car. Travis said that at the moment he was driving his mother's car, a white minivan. After getting debriefed by his partner about this interview with Travis, Burns went back into his own office. By this point, Greg had been moved out and put in a different waiting room. Burns sat down at his desk, and he began going over the evidence they had collected so far. Now, the investigation up to this point had been moving really, really quickly, and so there actually wasn't a whole lot of hard evidence yet. In fact, it had only been about 24 hours since the forensic evidence had been sent to the crime lab, so they were still waiting for the results on pretty much everything, from the fingerprints to the ballistics. Burns knew that at this point, the best thing he could do while he waited for more evidence was go and follow up on Travis and Greg's alibis. After all, they were the victims' children, and he already had a strong feeling that the killer had to be someone connected personally to the victims. And they both drove minivans. So really, either one of them could be the killer. But just then, Burns's phone rang. He picked it up, and it was a local man. The man said he had seen a news report on TV about Jack and Linda's murders, and he had some information that he thought just might help. The man said that a few days earlier, his friend had called him to see if he knew where they could buy a gun. And when this man, who was talking to Burns, had asked his friend why he needed the gun, the friend had said it was because he, quote, wanted to shoot Jack Myers. The man on the phone told Burns the name of his friend who had said this. And as soon as Burns heard that name, he knew exactly who his murderer was. Based on this crucial phone call, as well as the forensic evidence that would soon come back from the crime scene, this is what police believe happened to Jack and Linda Myers on the morning of March 27, 2003. Early on the morning of the murders, the killer woke up and got out of bed. The first thing they did was put on a green hunting jumpsuit. They also packed a bag with several items, a roll of duct tape, a box of trash bags, and a roll of masking tape. Then they put on a pair of latex gloves and loaded the 12-gauge shotgun that they had purchased from a classified ad just 2 days earlier. They carried all their supplies out to their minivan. After they were ready, they hopped into the driver's seat, turned on the car, and then drove a familiar route through the dark, open fields of Dark County. They were calm at first, focused on the task ahead. But as they turned onto the gravel road that led to Jack and Linda's farm, their heart began to race. The killer felt like they had planned all of this out meticulously. They had prepared for anything that could go wrong. So now, all they had to do was control their nerves and stick to the plan. The killer parked the minivan right outside the farmhouse. Then, while still inside the vehicle, they climbed into the back seat and grabbed their shotgun. They took the thick piece of quilting fabric and wrapped it tightly around the barrel of the shotgun, using the masking tape to secure it in place. This was their do-it-yourself silencer. But as they went through these planned motions, the killer's hands were shaking. They were nervous, because as much as they had planned for this, it really was not something they actually wanted to do. But they felt like they had to. They felt backed into a corner. So after their gun had its crude silencer attached, they slung it over their shoulder. Then they got out of the van and crept around to the side of the house. Once they were there, they used a tool to cut the phone lines, making sure nobody inside would be able to call for help. Then they knelt down in the dirt and mud, pried open the basement window, and climbed inside. Once inside the dark basement, the killer walked to the stairs. They went up to the first floor and walked straight to the bedroom where they knew Jack and Linda would be asleep. They went inside. And there they were, sleeping in their beds. The killer took a deep, shuddering breath and then raised the shotgun. They fired a single round into the back of Jack's neck. But the force of the gunshot was so powerful that it blasted the homemade silencer right off the end of the barrel. It wasn't silent at all. It was extremely loud. The wadded-up fabric and tape landed on the pillow right next to Jack's head. And almost immediately, from the chaos and the noise, Linda sat bolt upright in bed. She looked straight at the killer, and she saw what was happening. She instinctively raised a hand to try and defend herself. And in a moment of sheer panic, the killer just turned the shotgun on her. They fired twice. One blast went through her hand, and the other struck her right in the face. At this point, the killer just paused and waited, listening. The silencer had sort of muffled the first shot, but the second two were incredibly loud. They knew that noise could have easily woken up the third person who they knew was in this house. A person they really did not want to hurt. But if they had to, they would. So, just to make sure they didn't leave any loose ends, they left Linda and Jack's bedroom, confident that they were dead, and they crept upstairs to little Damien's room. They went inside. They carefully walked over to the side of the boy's bed. They raised their shotgun and aimed it at this child, waiting to see if he was awake. But the little boy appeared to be sound asleep. And so, the killer spared him. They lowered their shotgun and quietly walked out of the room. Once they were back out in the hallway, they shut Damien's door and then hurried right out of the house. From there, they got back in their minivan and they sped off into the darkness. A few miles away, they stopped on a bridge and tossed their gun, their supplies, and the green jumpsuit into a river. And then they changed into their work clothes. They drove to the factory where they would clock in at precisely 5:23 in the morning. The killer was Jack's younger son, Greg Myers. Greg had been having serious problems with money and drug abuse. His father, Jack, had refused to bail him out, and they were fighting about it. But Greg knew that he would stand to inherit the farm if his father died. And he was so desperate, so deep in his problems, that he decided murder was his best and only option. When police timed the drive from Jack and Linda's farm to Greg's workplace, they found that he would have had just enough time to commit the horrible double murder and then drive straight to work and clock in by 5:23, just as he claimed. Greg was ultimately arrested about 48 hours after the crime. The arrest happened so quickly that police were actually still gathering the evidence they would use against him. They later recovered the gun, the other supplies, and the shoes that matched the prints found outside the house from a river right near the farm. Fingerprints on the items and receipts for their purchase tied them all back to Greg. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As for Damien, following the murders, he would go to live with his mother, Amber. Despite everything he witnessed at just 4 years old, Amber said in a 2021 documentary that he is now a young man and is doing very well. Cases like this remind us that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are not hiding in the woods or under the bed, they're already inside the family. If you enjoyed today's story, let me know your thoughts in the comments. And if you want more strange, dark, and mysterious true crime stories, there's an entire playlist waiting for you right now. Until next time.